Okay, so we can start with introductions. I'm Carrie, the DM, GM, whatever you want to call me. I don't care.
You run the game, you call the shots.
I am the
You're
orb.
temporary god
and,
of this world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there's shots? Hell yeah. This is a one shot. Yep.
Yep, just one. So
Oops. Only one.
we can introduce ourselves and our characters, but we'll save descriptions for later.
Right, just names.
All right, so who'd like to go first?
I'll do it. I'm already talking. I never shut up. It's me. I'm Sage. They, them. And I will be playing Camari Leon.
Ooh, fancy. I can go next. My name is Moss. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm going to be playing Ray Vry.
Hi, Ray.
Welcome to the group.
Say one interesting fact about yourself.
Oh, no.
Oh,
It's high
don't
school
take
all
me
over
back.
again.
Fuck.
You're welcome. I am Belmont / a trenchcoat kobold / a lot of names, and I will be playing Rika.
Woo.
And I use she, hers.
Sweet.
I'm Cam, he, his, and I will be playing Professor Era McCow.
Love that.
It's so fun to say.
I know, that's such a fun name. Do we want to do character pronouns as well? I don't know if anyone has.
Oh.
Yeah, if you'd like.
I just thought of that because I use they, them pronouns, but Ray uses she, her pronouns. So.
Oh, right. Camari is he, him.
I'm going to write this down.
Yeah, I actually normally play he, hims, but I'm playing a she, her today. And her familiar is also a she, her. Pharaoh.
Switching it up.
Yeah.
All right.
The professor is he, him.
Cool. Thank
I also
you.
apologize in advance for my lack of being able to voice worth a damn.
Oh, don't worry about that.
I don't think we're
Trust me.
really.
What?
We'll
What do
be
you mean
fine.
we're not all professional voice actors?
For some
Yeah.
reason, every NPC is going to sound the same. I don't...
Whoa, that's crazy.
I do a good Murloc occasionally, but only like if I get in the right mood.
Oh, right. I like to think I have a good kind of demon voice.
Ooh, show me. No, that was a lot of pressure. Sorry.
I'll fucking do it. What should I say? I said, no, you. Put you on the spot.
Say Orb of Arwick.
Hello. That was me saying hello. 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 I can't do it right now. Never mind. I gotta be in the mood.
It's a verbal. It's stubbing your toe, but verbally.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
I'm too hydrated for this shit. Somebody give me some alcohol. Too
More
hydrated
coffee?
and sober. Oh yeah, that's true. That also does dry my throat out. Yeah, you tend to be pretty dry for it, which is exactly why I only kick it out whenever I only have a scene with that and no one else, and that's it. And I said this one's for my warlock, and then I said here we go, and then like a foolish fool. And that's how you do it. Step 1 to doing voices. First step, do them wrong, and then eventually you'll do them right. And that's okay.
that's very inspirational. We need that on a shirt.
Be okay with not doing voice good. Whenever I first started trying to do NPCs, I would pretty much switch them up every time. No,
What's the voice for that
Captain
guy? I don't know.
Everbright is Irish today. Just so you know. Please be patient with me. And that's it.
Perfect. Well, are we ready to get started?
Yes.
All right. So
Hype.
the Melrose docks have always been a bustling place. And with dawn breaking over the horizon, ships are already making their way out of their ports. Guards patrol the docks heavily, and dockmasters walk around, overseeing their own sections of the docks. The smell of seawater and breakfast pastries greets you all good morning. And the midsummer sun warms your skin, even this early in the morning. Each of you hold the same flyer in your hands, probably found on the same notice board, right as you come in off the docks themselves. The flyer had very little information on it, but the gold lining of the paper and the fancy golden seal at the bottom caught your interest. Artifact wanted, the Orb of Arwick. Skilled and experienced artifact hunters, please see Zoller McKeel at Merryweather Museum. And it gave you all the date of what is now this morning. So, you stand outside of a large, flashy-looking building. It's like elven architecture mixed with sort of a tiefling flair. Almost like, for our reference, like French meets fantasy style buildings. The Merryweather Museum of Abnormal Artifacts. And as you approach, you begin to notice each other. The same look about most of you, and you recognize the flyer in some of your hands or sticking out of your pockets as you're approaching. And before the first of you are even up to the first couple steps towards the museum, a nearly teal-skinned tiefling approaches you with a flashy smile from the steps above. And he approaches wearing a pink suit and tie with a white shirt underneath, white-lined black tattoos visible up his neck, stopping just at his jawline and his chin. Some are visible underneath his sleeves when he moves his arms, kind of holding them out to you to greet you as he approaches. Fangs long and sparkly white. Oh, I'm sorry if that was loud. He says, welcome. My name is Zoller McKeel, and he approaches to shake your hands. It's each of you individually. It doesn't matter who he's shaking hands with first. He says, I am a scout for Mr. Merryweather himself, and I need to find the most capable of artifact hunters and treasure seekers, and of course to give generous amount of gold for a job well done and an artifact well plundered. You are experienced in the art of treasure hunting, I presume? And he looks to each of you.
Yes, sir. I am very knowledgeable in the obfuscation of artifacts. Yes.
Perfect. That's the kind of enthusiasm I like to hear.
Kamari simply nods.
Just like, yeah.
Yep.
All right. He says, wonderful. If you would follow me, my office is actually away from the museum during business hours. And he kind of leans in a little closer and he says, Merryweather likes to keep his new arrivals secret to the public until the big reveal. He's dramatic in that fashion. Please follow me. And he starts leading you down the street.
Kamari is going to eye the others briefly as if, sizing them up and allow them to go first and follows after.
Okay.
Ray just eagerly follows.
Perfect. All right, so you follow, it's about maybe a block away. Follow him down into what looks like a normal house on the outside. It kind of just looks like it's a one-story home. And he walks up and he opens the door for you. It's the same sort of elven tiefling architecture. He opens up the door and kind of just stands back and holds his arm out to let all of you in first. And he says, right this way, please. Entering, the office looks like it was once a small home. The living room is like the main office, and it's got comfortable seating, and there's one open archway into a small kitchen. And as he walks in and kind of motions for you guys to sit down, he asks if he can get you anything to drink. He's got water, he has ale, he has some of Toussaint's fine wines. Anybody indulge, or is it water?
I would like a cup of chamomile tea if you have such things. You seem like a man of class, and I would like to think that I too, being a bird of class, could appreciate a warm beverage of sorts on this fine day.
Well, we actually do have many different kinds of tea. Is anybody else up for some tea?
Such
I'll
fine
take a
taste.
sip of water. Thank you.
Water, tea? Yeah, okay.
Water is fine for me as well. Thank you.
Camry clears his throat a little bit and says, in kind of a hoarse voice, "I'll have water. It was a long journey."
Of course. He steps away to kind of give you guys. You're all just now sitting. It's like this awkward waiting room sort of scenario. You're all sitting next to each other, and
Nice.
your host left, and you're just kind of
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Okay.
Camry looks very awkward to be sitting. His wings behind him are kind of shoved over the back of the chair and kind of resting upon them, and looks very uncomfortable to be sitting in this waiting room, and is just kind of watching the others. What do you guys look like?
Go ahead and
looking
just
looking at
appearances only.
Oh, right. Looking at Kamari appears to be an Aarakocra of some sort, with his wings behind him on the chair, and he has kind of a very soft appearance as far as his feathers. Some, if you know birds, or if you know Aarakocra, because they're not the same as any Aarakocra will tell you. This, you might know this, that Kamari appears to be a mourning dove. Though, if you do know anything about Aarakocra, he seems to be darker in feather than usual. Like his dun is more darker colored than others, and like he seems a bit out of sorts. His wings seem shorter, and his beak chipped and more rounded, perhaps wear and tear. And right, he's sitting very stiffly as he watches and his gaze passes over each of you.
Anyone else? I can go next if you'd like.
Oh right, and in fact, he visually inspects Ray first.
Perfect. Great. That works. So Ray is just a tiefling, very like rose blush pink color. She's got sort of a lavender color hair. It's very long and very flowy. Currently, having just been traveling, she's got it pulled up into like a high ponytail essentially, and she's, I don't quite know how to describe it, but they're the horns that kind of go like bloop, you know what I'm saying, like they go back and then up. They're very
nice. It's like a gazelle.
Thank you.
Baloop was perfect.
The Baloop, yes. And she is she also has, I guess the only other like really striking feature about her is she has very, very bright blue eyes, no sort of pupil or iris to be seen, just blue.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Kamari does not say this, that is me.
The professor, he's a very short, somewhat rotund macaw kenku. He has very vibrant red and white and blue and green and yellow plumage. On his head, he wears a small turban with a single, it looks like a pretty cheap gemstone, with a little feather. The turban is purple, the feather is green. He sort of wears like traveling robes. So you can see he has lots of like little pouches and things hanging off his belt. He kind of has like a harness on. On one side is these very carefully organized little vials of what look to be dirt, with little labels on each of them. He's got at least 30 across like one side of his little bandolier. And he has a very large book on his hip. Yes, I know, Freya. I'm describing my character. And he has on his lap sort of almost a comically large staff. Like it's definitely too big for him, but it has sort of a little floating gemstone. And
he seems like he's having just sort of like going with the flow, having a good time, but you also sense that there is sort of a shrewdness to him, very sort of an academic intensity that does not come out at first, sort of buried underneath his feathers.
Very interesting.
Rika is kind of sitting there looking a bit jittery almost. She seems to be some kind of a darker, like a nice kind of medium dun kind of color of elf, with really nice, like almost feathered hair and various shades of brown and some green sticking in there. She's dressed in what appear to be some kind of traveling leathers with almost maybe adjustable harness of some kind, and just some simple, colorful but very simple, somewhat loose clothing underneath it. Off her hip hangs a whip and just a simple, small scimitar. And on her shoulder, and now sitting on her lap that they're sitting, is a very tiny feathered creature. We would recognize it as a microraptor. About 2 feet long, a very feathered, tiny little raptor with an extended wing feathers on every limb. It kind of looks around at you all, not aggressively, just with curiosity. Rika's most noticeable trait, however, is probably her piercing yellow eyes. A little unsettling to see in an elf.
That's very interesting.
She seems very almost nervous.
Gamari is going to clear his throat and kind of lean forward with his elbows on the arms of the chair and clasp his hands together and say, our meeting didn't allow much time for introduction. Who are you all, and how did you come to be here?
My name is Radiance Fry, but you all may call me Ray. This is not my first dungeon crawl, not my first artifact hunt. So, just part of the job for me.
Alright. Are you an archaeologist or treasure hunter? What's your thing?
Somewhere in between. I like learning about history, I like learning about things of the past, but
But you like the coin.
I do like to make a little money, yes.
And you, and he nods towards the macaw sitting across to him. What's your, and he kind of gives a vague gesture at his whole getup.
You must be signaling to my Raymond. You may call me the professor. I am a representative of the archives. I am a soil scientist, as you will see by my assembled collection of various soils, manures, and detrituses from across this great continent on which we live. I am hoping to find some new samples for the archives collection. Being that I am an educator, our money is not very good. So making a little extra on the side is always a good thing, because this country terribly underpays its teachers.
Sorry to hear that, though. I can respect that. More of an academic disposition. And you, elf. What are you here for? More for corn, or more for the science, one might say?
Rika kind of she almost doesn't realize you're talking to her for a moment, and then after a few seconds of silence elapsed, she kind of looks up and realizes you're speaking to her, and she goes, I make a study of the old things of the world, myths, legends, dusty journals, tomes. It always suits well to go into these old places and see what you can find.
Camry leans back in his chair, and you could see an approximation of a smile, or the best one might get being a bird, as he rubs the bottom of his beak as one would rub their chin. And sorry, my partner gave me a visual, and it's very funny. And and he says, well, I suppose our interests are aligned in such a manner. That tends to be my trait as well. You can see that he's dressed very plainly and very practically, like thick pants and a baggy, more long sleeve peasant shirt. And but what's more on him is supplies, so like a sack and to carry things in, belts and satchels and pouches, and you do notice 2 sheaths for a dagger, and also strangely a what looks to be something similar to a lute, like a bastard child of a lute and a lyre, as well as a bow of what looks to be a bow of a violin hanging off of it. And he says, you may call me Leon. I suppose, a mix of all of that in a way. I have an academic interest. I do require coin to survive, and though I would say my true passion is one of preservation. I retrieve artifacts and rescue them, one might say. And though I would say my artifacts make money, but my true interest lies in preserving the lives of the living.
About this time, Zoller kind of leans off of the doorway that he was just kind of leaning against and just kind of listening to you guys. But he finally leans off of it, and you hear the wood kind of creak a little, and he walks over and hands everyone their drinks. He sits down, and he kind of locks his fingers together, and he says, Mr. Merriweather isn't exactly picky about who does his treasure hunting for him, but I like to know you can be trusted with such an expensive task. From what you've told me, or what you've told each other, I guess I should say.
And what you've heard.
What I've heard. I think you're up for it. And he just kind of sits back and, you see him chew on just his thumbnail for a moment, and then he says, anybody else have anything to add?
And what about you, sir?
Me?
Yes.
Well, as I stated, I'm Zoller McKeel. I've worked for Mr. Merriweather for almost 7 years. He trusts me to hire successful and experienced people that can get the job done as efficiently and discreetly as possible. We don't want any sort of a race to the artifact, if you know what I'm getting at.
Understandable. It's hard enough dealing with whatever traps and creatures may be inside, let alone the human element. Or, well,
The people element, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I do have one question, Master McKeel.
Yes, Professor.
Seeing that you are a fellow academic, and that you had talked about trust and the like, I would just ask, how do we know that you will not take the artifact and will actually give it to the museum?
Well, how it works is you receive the artifact, you bring it to me, I appraise it, I pay you, splitting equally for what it's worth, and then it goes to the museum in the safe hands of Mr. Merriweather.
Well, I suppose as long as we get our coins, it doesn't matter what happens afterwards.
Whatever attitude you'd like to have.
And is your interest academic?
Mine?
Yes.
My job is to hire trustworthy and capable artifact hunters. That's the extent of my job.
Whatever pays the bills. So, anything we should know about?
About the artifact or about the location?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, all we know is its name. It is called the Orb of Arwick. Now, I may work for a museum, but I'm not entirely one for history. That's more of Merryweather's forte, but...
Oh, is that what you call it here?
You call what?
Oh, the orb. From what I've heard in my travels, others call it the Orb of Axel.
You've heard of this?
Oh, yes, around. You know, I like to look into my work before I take it.
Well, that's mildly unsettling. We were trying to avoid many others hearing about this so that... Well, I just hope you guys don't run into any problems down there.
Me neither.
All we know for sure is that this was an artifact created over hundreds of years ago, maybe 300 years ago. There's no legitimate archived evidence found of what this artifact can do, or if it even holds any magical essence at all anymore. But there's always a chance. Artifacts can lay dormant until something wakes them up. So, we're not certain. This was recently discovered, and he turns around and he grabs sort of a little, really tattered, old-looking journal. And he sets it on the table for any of you to scoot closer if you wish. This was recently discovered at a dig nearby. Arwick himself seems to speak of the orb and its power. He's very adamant about its power. He doesn't state any hints or possibilities about what it does, but his last entry was stating that he thought it was complete. Now, we need you to go to the dig site and dig further than our miners and see what you can find. It will be dangerous, but any experienced artifact seeker shouldn't consider the danger more than a minor inconvenience, correct?
It's part of the job.
At this, then Rika kind of looks at him and she goes, and has anyone else been sent to look at this?
Our miners uncovered this journal, and we immediately put out the posting.
Leon gestures to the journal and gestures to the rest of you all and says, I prefer not to handle such things of import personally. Would any of you care to peruse its pages?
I would love to.
Alright, so yeah, you reach out and just kind of pull the journal towards you. It's very old, and you can tell even just by like touching the cover of it, if you handle the pages too much, they'll just disintegrate into nothing. They're just old, covered in dust.
Actually, Camry searches through a satchel briefly and pulls out some gloves and hands them to you.
Okay.
Oh, Ray accepts those.
They're meant for taloned hands, so they are a little awkward to wear. The wrong amount of digits, much larger, but you can get them on.
Ray makes them work. Yeah, I would just like to kind of like flip through the pages and just kind of see what's there, I guess.
Okay, just flipping through a little bit. There's a lot that you cannot make out. Just way too weathered. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Okay. 19 plus 1, dirty 20.
Nice.
These dice.
Good
Don't
first
fail
roll.
Me.
Okay, in that case, as you're scrolling through, as you're flipping through,
Millennial.
you find
It's the tablet of Arwick.
right? Yeah. You find pages talking about previous projects that Arwick was working on. You actually find a little piece before you even get to that page. This is kind of something that you knew, you just weren't really aware that you knew. you knew you recognized the name, Arwick. And as you're looking at this page, you see the very first teleportation fork. Just kind of sketched out, and you see different sigil markings all the way across it. Arwick invented teleportation magic. And as you continue flipping through, you do find the page that talks about this orb. He just calls it the orb, and you actually, there's not much about its creation. He's just talking about the orb is finally put together now to test its magic. And then there's the one last one. The orb is complete. And then that's it.
Okay.
And that is the last entry in the book. There are other things you can make out as well, but they don't seem important. It's mostly need to pick up these specific ingredients. Try mixing this, and this. Nothing that seems relevant to this case.
Okay.
ODM, I would like to use one of my abilities.
Okay.
I would like to use my 3rd level expeditionary ability, Bibliographical Senses.
What does that do?
You are able to tell if someone is lying about something historical or geographical within 10 feet of you through a rumbling feeling in your gut.
Okay.
What a skill. Damn.
Cool.
Lying about something historical or geographical. You are not able to sense anything of that sort.
Okay.
All right. So, Ray, since you took the book and kind of looked it over, Zoller also holds out a small yellow rolled up scroll towards you. And he says, "This will lead you to the entrance. I will remind you that the underground tunnels are forbidden by Fallmount law, and you are entering at your own volition for this task. It would be best to avoid the King's guards while you're poking about. You can't be paid if you're in prison, now can you?" And he kind of smiles, but is like, "Please, don't go to prison."
Well, wouldn't be my first time.
What?
Oh, you know, avoiding guards, avoiding
Oh,
prison,
not being in prison. Okay, got it.
being in prison.
He sets one vial down in the center of the table, kind of not wanting to hand it to any person specifically, but just sets it down in the center of the table. It seemed to be filled with some sort of sparkling red liquid. And it's just the one, sets it down, and he says, "Mr. Merriweather and I are not sure what sort of dangers you may face, but I'm confident in your abilities, and here's one of Birkin's ultimate healing potions, just in case."
Goddamn.
Well, I can hold my own fairly well in battle, so if one of you feel like you might need it, you're welcome to it.
Ika says, I can hold it and administer it to anyone who might need it. I have some training in the healing arts.
Ah, excellent. That'll be useful then.
All right, so Rika, mark that you have an ultimate healing potion. So this potion will deal 1d12 plus 1d8 plus 1d6
Wow.
plus your player level.
Nice.
Wow.
While they're doing this, I will, the professor will look to Ray and be like, Miss Radiance, if you would prefer, being that I am the local academic of the party, I can hold on to those precious paperwork to have, so that way you will not be bothered by them, and they will go nicely with my soil collection. Did I mention I collect soils? I love to collect soils.
And, well, I think the professor here does have a point. The gloves would fit his hands better.
That's true. Ray looks to Zoller McKeel and asks, "Are we to take this book with us, or are you planning on keeping it here?"
If you suppose it will help your investigation, you're welcome to take it with you. we would like it in decent condition for the museum, but I suppose that is at your discretion.
Have no fear. As I said, I am an academic, and I do work for the archives. It will be in very great hands, I assure you.
Claws.
And it's settled.
Good claws.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Radiance sets it down on the table, removes gloves, passes gloves first.
The professor puts them on very delicately, almost admiring his stitch work.
Are these cashmere? They're so lovely when they fit.
Yes, they are. Thank you.
So nice.
They actually fit like a glove, one might say. It fit you very well.
Oh, these are. It's like you know my size. I have such small talons for a macaw of my size. It's sometimes very unfortunate trying to flip through the very large tomes at the archives. I work at the archives. It is very hard sometimes. My little claws will get stuck, and then it'll be very awkward, and the student will be walking by going, "Professor, why are your claws stuck in the book?" And I'll say, "I don't know, my hands are small. I have small talons."
I understand, and being of similar size myself, tell you what, I actually have an extra pair. You can keep those.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
This is completely out of character, but I would put my life on the line for the professor.
The professor is amazing.
If anything happens to the professor, I'm TPKing everyone and then myself.
He's just a parrot man who loves his books.
I can tell. I think
And
he's
his
told me a
soils.
few times.
Soils. Did you mention he worked at the archives?
Yes, he did.
He loves dirt.
All right.
Okay. Zoller has the straightest face. Not like your
Very
DM right now.
That seems a little strange.
He's a tiefling, that's questionable, but
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
okay. He says, "You're welcome." I'm sorry, I'm still...
Alright. Well, is there any time that we should be heading out in particular? As soon as possible? Specific date?
As soon as possible. Time of day is entirely up to you. It is morning. Guard activity is higher at night, but you may have the advantage of it being darker, so that's entirely up to you. Come back to me here at this office when you retrieve the artifact, and fortune's favor to all of you. And he kind of stands up, his chair kind of scoots against the ground, he stands up and begins heading over to the door to see you out.
Camry bows to him and then to the other party members and say, look forward to working with you. Hopefully this will work out in all of our favors.
Rika just gives a short nod.
And then proceeds to follow after response.
Yeah, Zoller opens up the door just to hold it for your exit.
Yeah. So we would be pretty much outside. Do we know like where these tunnels are? Have we been given a map or?
Yeah, we got the.
Just have an idea.
Radiance has the scroll that has the information for whereabouts.
Right. Well, Ray, Professor, Rika, I don't know how you feel, but I feel that the daylight would be beneficial, given that they're forbidden. Any ne'er-do-wells would be likely searching to go at night, and hence the increased guard activity. I think the daylight would serve us well for both purposes, in avoiding the guards, and avoiding the guards.
Not to mention the daylight hours may be better for some of us who don't have the best seeing at night.
Well, do you? I'm not so well myself.
I can manage myself.
Right. And then, Professor, I imagine you don't either. Being birds of a feather, one might say.
I do not. No, this is one of the downsides of being part bird, is I cannot see in the dark.
Part
It makes
bird?
reading at night very hard.
What's the other part?
Professor,
The
duh.
fact that I can't wear shoes. I have often wandered through the streets of Melrose, looking at the fabulous shoe stores, and realizing I cannot buy any of these shoes, or I have talons, and they would have hurt the beautiful shoes.
Well, I actually know a few vendors. Of course, they're going to be Kenku and Aarakocra owned that specialize in such things. I can give you contact afterwards, should we ever see each other again.
Oh, I do like supporting indie creators and artisans in their work.
Leon's just gonna be giving the professor clothes. Oh, you poor thing. Well, that also does beg the question. I like to be prepared and well-stocked myself. Is there anything we might need to acquire while we're in town? I do have plenty of torches and rations. Should we get stuck in a cave-in and have to claw our ways out?
I am not sure if there's anything else that I would particularly need. If Rika is telling the truth about healing properties, I've also studied healing myself, so I'm not super worried in that aspect. I have all of my gear and equipment, and also if we are worried about not being able to see in the dark, I do have a way around that.
So the professor sort of goes, excuse me, you see him like unbuckle the top of his robes, and he sort of peels them back. And you see,
wait,
brilliant,
what are you doing?
And you see that three quarters of his bulk is actually a massive backpack he's been keeping hidden underneath his robes.
Oh.
So just this huge backpack. And he goes, just a moment. And he like pulls the backpack off, lands like a solid thud. You can see the robes are very baggy. Now that he's not have his backpack on, he starts like pulling books, little spades, little like archaeological marker flags. You see him there. It looks to be like a wad of tissues, one way, and then like a snack wrapper. Goes,
hey, we don't litter.
Goes over, sticks them with his talon, puts them in a bin. I believe I have everything I require, although I do not know about this treatise of the migratory paths of blue moths. I do not believe you will meet any blue moths in the tunnels that we will need to speak with, as they prefer jungles, not tunnels.
Oh, hopefully not, but never hurts to be too prepared. In that case, should we be heading out?
Rika nods fervently. It'd be good if we hurry.
The whole thing back up again.
If anyone else is after the same thing.
But as we start walking, Leon's actually going to hang back with the professor and speak to him in Orin, assuming that he can understand it, and says, you have the book with you, yes?
I do. I was actually hoping that we could speak, for you see, I do not actually work at the archives. I work for the museum.
Ah, you could have fooled me.
I know, I'm very convincing.
In that case, why say otherwise?
Because several days ago, it was brought to my attention when I was walking in from work. I had just gone to this lovely cafe down by the docks. Tapuzio's brown mug does an excellent caramel latte I get every morning. I was coming to work, and on the notice board, I saw a sign like this one, and I pull out the flyer that we have. Only thing is, that's my job. I work for Mr. Merriweather, and that's what I do. So this gentleman, yes, Freya, I know, I'm getting to the epic reveal. This gentleman does not work for the museum. Mr. Merriweather asked that I go undercover. You see the whole, what do you want, Kat?
That wants to be involved.
Hence why I have this guise of being from the archives to find out what he really wants. I never trust a gentleman who dresses in lurid pink and has teal skin. It clashes terribly. It doesn't do his cheekbones any good. If he was really going to dress correctly, he would wear a nice burgundy or burnt orange to contrast with the teal.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm learning so much. The player.
Though I'm not exactly privy as to fashion in the capital or anywhere else, well, I could tell you all day about traditional clothing and all that, but I don't know about that. But I do believe you. If I'm honest, I had no intent of giving it back to him as either. Hence, why I'm here and why I was hoping to speak with you. Have you had a chance to peruse the text yet? And you, Ray, and Rika are just seeing them talking in Orin. I don't know if either of you understand it, but
I imagine it just sounds like parrots or birds. Just like,
they're just like chirping.
Like a lot of clicking and chirping, and
Rika just glances at you every once in a while and kind of is looking impatient, increasingly impatient.
You're walking and talking, correct?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah,
okay.
we're walking and talking. Okay, I thought we were standing here. Never mind.
Yeah. I have not had a chance to review it fully, although that is why I asked him, how could we trust him for?
And I like look around and I pull out like a little pad and I like show off my ID badge.
For all of us who work at the museum have these special ID badges. You will see that mine has the gold leaf around the middle, means that I have his job, which he claims to have, which he does not. My job.
Oh.
And I put it back, I like hide it deep in my feathers.
So, also, his whole like little thingy where he said we'd get so much money and that kind of thing. No, it's by a donation basis. Okay? The museum is a non-profit. So,
right, and I imagine they only have so much in the treasury if they don't have any for their educators for
like I
random
said,
artifacts. Makes sense. Well, I feel like we should look over it as soon as possible. I feel like it would be helpful in our journey and understanding and figuring out what we should do. I hesitate to say. Have you... I would like to ask a favor. Should you flip through it very carefully, especially given the gloves, would you mind looking out for the name Axel and telling me what you find?
How do you spell that?
A, X, and get ready for this one. E, L.
Okay. I didn't know if it was Axel, like car Axel, or
like the Kingdom Hearts character, or Axel Rose, you know.
Be sitting here thinking Axel F.
Could be any Axel. Would you keep an eye out for it and tell me what you find? You see, when I said I'm more interested about preserving the living, well, let's just say that the histories of the archives and the museums or anyone else is from simply one perspective. You hear a lot of different things roaming around, and truly I didn't know it was the Orb of Axel before this. Well, let's just say I'm well learned amongst many different people. But what do you think of the other two, Ray and Rinka? Do you think they are to be trusted with this information?
As one has a small, adorable dinosaur, I can only assume that she can be trusted. For small, furry creatures, often ensue that someone is good-hearted. You never see a mean person with a small animal that is that loyal to them. As for Miss Radiance, she seems very classy, and I admire her style. The tone she picked for her clothes goes with her skin perfectly. But I don't know. I don't know if she's in it for the money or if she's in it for the history. She seems like she could go either way. So
that was my first thought. Not sure how I feel about that. I guess we'll find out. And as they're both wrapping up this conversation, Leon will catch up with Rinka and Ray and say, sorry.
Before that, while you guys are talking back there,
Right.
Ray has been looking at the scroll to make sure that we're headed in the right direction. And in Elvish, because she can speak Elvish, she turns to Rika and says, well, we just met, but I already feel a weird split happening here. And then just keeps walking. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, Rika just gives her just kind of glances at her sidelong and gives her like a small nod and then walks on.
Not much for speaking. That's fine. I'll take it. Sorry. You're welcome to
apology. and Leon will apologize to Ray and Rinka and says, apologies. It's not often that I find another of similar kind. It's interesting to see what differences in culture there are. Well, I mean, I'm sure you know the difference between Kenku and Aarakocra, and then, of course, there is that cultural divide, and even further by all the different types one can be.
There's no problem at all. I was just walking.
That does appear to be what we are doing in this present moment.
Have you looked at the map? Or are you just leaving like the office?
Who has
Rika does have a map of the area.
Yeah,
of the area, yes.
And Radiance has what Zoller had given.
Map. Yeah. So yes. Rika would consult with the map a couple of times and then kind of walk along the front with Ray and going in the correct direction.
Would you cross-reference the maps?
Oops, sorry.
No, it's alright.
What did you ask?
I was wondering if it would be possible to cross-reference the maps, because, Leon and the professor have established that this is not a man to be trusted. But if you both pull up the maps, surely they can be referenced with one another.
Yeah, so the scroll that we were given, is it a map or is it just a list of directions?
So, unwrapping the scroll, you do see it is a map, and it looks to be an older map. It's very yellowed, and it's not of the city itself, it's of beneath the city.
Okay.
You would all at least vaguely know the history of Fallmount. Many, many, many years ago, there was a corrupt king, and when he took power, he started taxing everything, every business, to the point where it was hard to even make a living at all.
Oh, not taxes.
Right? So they started using these underground tunnels as sort of a, not even black market trade necessarily, a normal trade, just under the king's nose. When he found out, he blew every entrance to the tunnels. Many of them are collapsed. Many of them, every known entrance destroyed. You would have the occasional, my house fell in, and pretty sure this is the tunnel underneath the city. And then that would be blocked off as well. So entrances are found and destroyed. The new king now just has it illegal to go into the tunnels, not because of trade, but because of the danger. You go into the tunnel, it collapses, you're to blame. So it is illegal to go into the tunnels for your safety. So cross-referencing Rika's map to Ray's map, you can kind of put them together. The map that you have isn't of Fallmount entirely, it's just from this faction that you're in. So you can kind of match up the faction's boundaries and borders and come up with... The entrance circled is just... You see a few circled and then crossed off. And there's one still circled, and you can see... basically, it's going to lead you to an alleyway between two buildings. You can tell that from your map as you're heading in that direction.
Leon's gonna keep an eye out for guard activity. And, actually, because Ray, who has the map? So, Rika has the map of the city, while Ray has a map to the entrance.
Correct.
And I have the journal.
Alright, you two, get us where we're going, and I'll do my best to keep a lookout. And as we're navigating, I'll be keeping an eye out and directing us to paths around the guards, just so people don't see us together.
Okay, go ahead and just make a general perception check.
Okay. Let's see. Hehe, second roll. Perception. That's gonna be a 6 plus 3, 9.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Good to know.
Ooh.
Good to know, Smiles.
I would like to sort of quickly, like, again, you hear lots of like jingling and clunking underneath his robes because of his giant backpack. I imagine if you guys have seen Up, I imagine him having a backpack like the size of Russell's, only just underneath his robe. So he comes up and goes, Mistress Radiant and Rika, may I look at your maps, please, just very briefly?
I see no problem with that.
Rika just pauses for a second. She goes, I suppose that would be fine. She
Thank you very much.
folds it out.
Okay. So
her Microraptor gives a little chirp as she does, kind of like a happy little sound.
Oh, you are very cute. I will take them, and then, Carrie, I'm going to use my first level ability, Mind Like a Map. I can no longer be lost by non-magical means, and are able to immediately tell if a map has been forged or altered by non-magical means. If you are being misled or a map has been changed by magical means, you have a cold sensation in your feet.
In your feet, specifically.
Yes, in my tootsies. In my talonsies.
Neither of these maps seem to be magically altered. The one of the tunnels themselves, there doesn't seem to be any magic alteration with it. It's just the writings on the map itself, which you find very insulting. That you would write on such an old...
This is just absolutely terrible work. I don't know what kind of person would ruin such a beautiful map.
Like, you see him turn around and like look back towards Zoller and goes, "Oh, I'm gonna.
This is terrible for the archives. This will never go unpunished."
Yes, Professor, for the archives. And
I give the maps back. He reaches up to give the maps back because he is very short.
That's cute.
He's only like probably 3.5 feet tall.
Short and angry.
I am a short, angry parrot.
So, like every real life parrot I've ever seen or met, honestly.
Looking around, is any of us visibly wearing armor? Leon would be like a leather breastplate, but that's it, and looks to be underneath the shirt.
I don't know. I think Radiance would have been, just because I think she would have assumed that they were just going to leave straight for the job site.
Yeah, and what kind, visually? Like, if I can see. If not, then don't tell me.
I'm pretty sure she's just wearing scale mail.
Right. And, for, Rika?
Yeah, Rika is wearing... she's not wearing very much, honestly. She has some
armor or
in general. Her clothing is loose, but there's not a whole hell of a lot of it. Like maybe a light tunic and some flowing, like little. I don't actually know if she'd be wearing a skirt or pants or what. But in any case, just some not a whole lot to it. Not super fancy. Brightly colored. She'd be wearing over that some obviously leather armor. Most of it is taken up by like a very highly adjustable and complicated looking harness that has pieces of leather kind of sewn into it to make up light leather armor. It's probably not like much of anything you've seen before.
Oh, right. Very interesting. So Leon is actually going to put a hand on Ray's shoulder and cast guidance and lean in and whisper. I think as we draw near that we'll want to be more subtle and covert in our actions, though for now being distant is fine. What are your thoughts?
I'm sorry.
Hello?
What? No, I think you cut out for a minute.
Oh.
I missed the middle bit.
Right. What was the last thing you heard? It's all good.
you said that you tapped my shoulder and you think that it would be, and then I missed it, and then I heard a little bit at the end.
Oh, right. Leon is going to tap Ray's shoulder and cast Guidance, which gives you plus 1d4 to one ability check of choice before or after making the check, and is going to lean in and whisper, I think it would be best as we draw near to be more covert in our actions, though as we're walking the streets, it's fine. But what are your thoughts?
Would you just prefer that I take off the noisiest parts of my armor, or would you prefer that we as a group split? Because I can see both of those accomplishing that.
Well, I think whatever we do together, and I mean, you could don it whenever we get in, but ultimately that's going to be up to you. Either way, I do have a plan or few should things go awry. And we would still be walking towards our destination. I'm not sure how long it would take to arrive to where we're going.
Do we have a good guess?
Looking at the maps, maybe a 30-minute walk.
Okay. Yeah.
Damn, all the way across the city, huh?
All the way over there. Radiance will kind of think for a second and then nod and say, no, yeah, I understand. I think it would be easiest. And she just sort of takes, like, pretty much all of the, like, heavy metal, like, scale parts of the armor and just puts it in her pack. And because she's got her bag with her rations and stuff in it.
All right. I'll recast Guidance when I get closer, because Guidance is under a minute and it's 30 minutes away.
That's fair.
All right.
That's the take. So that's the plan.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to do on your walk there?
I guess as we get, like, a little bit closer, I would like to roll a perception check just to kind of, like, see, because I know we're all supposed to be on the lookout for, like, guards, but also just, like, anything noteworthy that I would maybe, like, hinder our time.
If someone else is following us, or if guards are noticing us.
Sure.
Those kinds of things.
Okay, make a perception check.
Okay. Come on, dice. Let's go. Oh, good. So it's a 17 plus 6, so 23.
Nice.
Yeah, but watch, we're gonna get into, like, death territory, and after that,
we're dying. Well, it's best to see your death coming, I suppose.
It's true.
All right, so as you're maybe about 5 minutes from your destination, the housing section is approaching. You just see, instead of businesses and storefronts, you're getting into people's homes. So
we're breaking into people's homes.
Yes, it's the quickest way.
We're hopping fences.
For research purposes.
No, so the amount of guards you saw on your walk doesn't really compare to the amount of guards you see once you're in this neighborhood. They're pretty rare to see just walking around near the homes of people. So you're starting to count yourself kind of lucky in that aspect. And so as you're going, looking more at this map, you see it as an sort of an alleyway between, it's almost like a suburb style. It's all built around, and there's one common, just not even backyard, just alleyway in,
like a little cul-de-sac.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Urbanization. You know the suburbs are a weapon of racism. If you look at the history of it. They
Unfortunately,
push
I
all
know
the
it well.
non-humans out of the cities.
Now, is it just me, or does it seem like the neighborhood watches out?
This does seem very strange. I will perceive. I perceive with a
What are you rolling, a stealth or a perception?
perception.
Okay.
Right.
That is 21. My
Okay.
little birdie eyes.
We are killing it with these rolls, y'all.
The perception rolls.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Fine.
Okay, fair.
Well, given that the neighborhood watches out and, or, someone got shot with a crossbow or something, would we want to be more inconspicuous in our movements?
I think that would probably help hasten us into, out of the public eye.
Right. In that case, I'm going to roll stealth, but about the professor's perception.
Yes, what do my birdie eyes see?
As you're getting closer, you, looking at the map that Ray has, there's no exact entrance described or circled where you can see. That map is the underground tunnel. There's no entrance available to your eye on this map. It's just one giant circle. So as you're approaching the area that would be this one giant circle, you're kind of coming up to, it'd be in between two houses in that little section, and you're maybe a couple houses down, and you do see from across the way, just passing by, the familiar garments of the King's Guard. There seems to, you see two of them just walking. They just seem to be basically circling the neighborhood, just on their normal patrol.
All right, so this is what I have perceived. There are 2 guards currently that I have been able to see. They appear to be orbiting the neighborhood. They are far away from us now, but in several minutes will probably come closer. When I say several minutes, I mean probably half an hour. So we have time. But as you
So we should move fast.
We should. I am small, so therefore I can hide easily. But stealth and speed are probably our best options. I will warn you though, I am not fat, for I have tiny legs.
Well, like you said, we do have potentially half an hour, so I think if we want, we should move now and we should move fast.
So are we going for a quicker or a silent?
I don't know. If we move our quicker route, is that going to take us in?
Well, we don't even know where the entrance is yet, necessarily. So we'll need time. So perhaps a normal pace, not necessarily stealthy or fast, but definitely keeping an eye out and definitely taking the time to avoid.
Should we perhaps pretend that I am a tour guide, giving you the lovely history of this neighborhood as a cover if we are caught?
Leon,
that's quite the idea.
Leon sighs and actually, it looks like they do a gesture from their head to their toe, and as they do this gesture, their visage changes into that of a King's Guard.
That works. That works
as he
too.
casts Disguise Self.
That works.
Nice.
My idea was more exciting, but yours is a more efficient one.
Well, perhaps some guards are interested in tour guides, so we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we can get the move on.
Indeed, this is a good idea.
All right, so you are pushing forward, disguised as a King's Guard, leading the group?
I'll be following the group.
Okay.
Actually, in like quite a ways behind, as if, and if anyone should see us, they might think that I am tailing these ne'er-do-wells.
I like it.
That's the take.
All right.
Okay.
So who is going first?
I will go first. As I do so, I reach into one of my many pouches and I pull out a small thing of almonds. Okay, would anybody like an almond? As we are going along, I have many snacks.
I'll take the almonds.
Yeah, Radiance
Those
will
are actually
definitely
my
take
favorite.
one.
Rika
Yummy.
goes,
You see, the professor
thank
very
you, but
delicately
I'm good.
takes an almond, puts it in, and just starts like chomping on it like a bird.
Have y'all ever seen Fantastic Mr. Fox?
Yes. Yeah, like how they eat, where they're just like.
Thank you. That was delicious. Same mood, same vibe.
I purchased these almonds from a lovely gentleman down by the docks yesterday morning. He was very handsome. I was going to ask him out, but then I got too nervous. And maybe I will go back tomorrow. If we survive tomorrow, unless we're still in the mines. And then maybe I won't be able to go back tomorrow. So therefore I must make these almonds last.
I just realized that Leon would be too far away given that he is tailing y'all, so he's actually going to...
I just take an almond. A doink as it bonks off his armor.
He looks very forlornly at the almonds, but upon getting an almond thrown at him, will snap his invisible beak and try to catch it. Would that be dexterity?
I'm gonna say yeah. Just make a dex check.
Right, to catch these almonds. That would be a nat 20 plus 3.
Nice.
So if you throw multiple almonds, just... Most excellent. I'm glad that it's what we used our 20 on.
Oh no.
Most
Wonderful. So you see this guard kind of but the almond falls short of this guard, but the almond disappears in what you imagine to be Leon's beak, and now it just looks like a normal guard eating some almonds, and that's it. That's the take.
That's wonderful.
Yes. After the professor says his little bit, Rika just kind of nods and goes, "I recommend you take. But when we come back, I recommend that you take him up on that. You go ask him. You never know what will happen."
Go for it, Professor.
Thank you. What do you say, tiny reptile? And I
She gives a little like squeak.
Very well. The tiny reptile has solidified it. When we return, I shall ask the lovely Minotaur man on a date.
Minotaur man.
Rika gives like a slight she doesn't look like she still looks like she's preoccupied with something, but she gives you kind of like a small smile.
Very cute, very lovely.
Fantastic.
Perfect.
I ship them.
It's
Shipped.
Rika
Really,
writing
it's solidified.
fanfic in a scroll.
Yep.
We've got artists on standby. We're ready to fully send this.
I sure hope so.
This is very Fabio-esque image of the
It's
professor in flowing robes with this giant Minotaur man who's insanely buff, just like offering him almonds.
It's me. I'm artist on standby. Yes, I'm gonna be doing this. Do we run into any trouble on our way, or is it pretty calm?
Yeah. As of right now, just heading down, chewing on some almonds. You're good.
Hell yeah! All right. That's
You
really
actually
cool.
make your way between the buildings, and this little section it comes down almost like a trench, kind of. You can almost just see this natural just indention in the earth all the way across, and it's a little muddy, and you just see there are just bricks, like broken bricks thrown down here. It seems almost as if they were repairing their homes and they threw everything extra just down in this little trench, and it is a mess. The circle, you know about the area where the circle would be, but you don't, from at least first approaching, you don't see any obvious entrance.
I have a question. If I were to cast, because I have not cast a lot of spells in my D&D careers, so the spell Mending, would that do anything on the Journal of Arwick, or is it too old? Like, it wouldn't be able to...
You can make an Arcana check.
Cool. All right. Oh no, that's a crit. That's a crit fail.
Oh no, you have
no
idea. You have no idea if that would work or not.
Shit.
You can try it if you'd like.
I mean, it's a cantrip. Let's do it.
All right,
Professor. If you'd be so kind, I would like to try something on the journal and see if maybe we can't glean some more information from it.
This is an excellent idea. And I hand Miss Radiance the journal.
All right, you
very delicately holding it. Very delicately.
Seeing that the professor has handed the journal to an ungloved Ray, rushes up and says, what are you doing?
Oh, you are correct. And I pull the gloves off and I say, wait a moment. I very painfully slow peels them off of his talons.
I mean, yes, you shouldn't be handling it without gloves, but also, what are you doing?
Oh, she wanted to examine the journal a little bit.
I'm going to see if I can't mend it, and if we can get maybe clearer writing, or maybe renew missing pages or tears.
You're trying to cast magic on this.
Yes.
Right, that's a terrible idea.
Why?
Contrasting to Professor Justin, this is a great idea. This is a
good idea. This is a terrible idea.
This is a extremely old and prized artifact that we arguably need down in these dungeons. We don't know if it holds any magical properties itself, and additionally, we don't know whatever it is that you're trying to do, what it might do. Yeah, as well as, I mean, if it might work, if it might make it worse, if it might interfere with any intrinsic magical properties it might have. I mean, your heart's in the right place. It just feels irresponsible, you know?
And I'm assuming any information on, like, if the book has magical properties would have gotten from that Arcana roll, right? So, like, I wouldn't be able to, like, roll specifically for that.
No one has checked it for magic yet. Does anybody have detect magic?
Not prepared.
No.
Still prepared.
I have Eldritch Blast, Shillelagh, Thaumaturgy, and Prestidigitation. That's all I got.
I have Dispel Magic. But I don't think that. No, because it's no creature, object.
Carrie, could I roll an Arcana to see if this would potentially hurt the book?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I shall roll my bean D20.
Also, I'm gonna head to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
You're good.
Unfortunately, that is only a... Okay, actually it's a 15.
15? Your knowledge of artifacts specifically, most of them, if they have any sort of magic to them, they aren't easily affected by other magics. But as far as this damaging it, it's not really a damaging spell, so you don't think it would have any sort of negative effects to the journal. You think either nothing will happen, or maybe it'll just look a little cleaner. You don't know.
Given I have thought back to some of the times I have witnessed fellow colleagues of mine at the archives do these kind of things. Oh, by the way, I should probably say, and at this point I will divulge, just like word vomit the conversation that I had with Leon, just kind of like tell them who I actually am, what I'm actually to do, just regurgitating like a mama bird to her babies. But not the almonds. The almonds stay. The words come out. The almonds stay.
Got it.
and just say, if we are to truly be able to make sure that this artifact remains safe and does not go to the terribly dressed gentleman who terrible fashion, then we should either it will just do nothing or it will make it a little bit cleaner.
All right.
I've seen some colleagues in the museum do it on bigger books and it works. Some others it doesn't, but technically because the giant voice in the sky told me that it is not a damaging kind of magic, it will not hurt the book, but it could be that nothing could happen. Or maybe something very tiny could happen.
Well...
Also, I feel very bad that I concealed my true identity from all of you, and I'm very sorry.
Well, not all of us.
It's true. I did tell Leon.
Immediately.
I do admire you, Mistress Radiance, for your fashion. And Rika seems like a very good person, considering that the small feathered reptile likes her, and you never see someone me with a small cute animal.
Oh, that was all in one breath. Okay.
Well, I suppose if it's not going to do any damage to the book, and it's not going to interfere with any of the intrinsic magical properties it may or may not have, go ahead.
All right. And she's gonna cast Mending and see if it does anything. We're all dead. Everyone takes 100 D10 damage.
2 million.
2 million damage.
A book golem appears and kills us all.
Yep. Okay, so all of you see, as Ray casts Mending on this book, you see the actual binding almost like grow the parts that it was missing, almost like the leather that was worn off, it just grows back and reconnects. You see a beautiful leather binding now, and even kind of flipping through the pages, all of the pages have been cleaned, entirely complete. This looks brand new. However, when you're looking at it, it doesn't mend the words or the writing. The pages, the journal itself is completely perfect condition, but you still are only able to see the words that you could see before.
Wow.
Well,
Great, that's... Wow.
At least it didn't just damage the contents.
No, that's wonderful. I suppose you don't need the gloves anymore.
if all else, that is true.
Now it will be very easy to disguise it, as it will no longer look like a junky old book. Although would that backfire on us, and technically now would earn more notice.
Right, may I?
He taps his feet in thoughts.
And then, Leon, extends a hand as if, now wanting to handle the book.
Sure. And Ray just hands it over to Leon.
Thank you. And, Ray handles it with almost reverence. There's no sign of an entrance, right?
You are in the area that there seems to be an entrance circled on the map, but you do not see one.
Alright, I'm going to... Oh, what's up?
I was just gonna say, can I, while everyone's doing their like, she be like listening with half an ear, but also looking around, can I do a perception to see if she can find it? Because she's obviously focused a bit more on that than the others are at the moment.
Right, sure. Make a perception check.
Okay.
Leon's going to flip through it to see if there's mention of where the entrance might be in the book.
Alright, make an investigation check.
$320.
Ooh, nice.
The natural 20 plus 2, 22.
All right. So as for the entrance, as you're looking around, you can see, you see all of these bricks and debris seem to be just scattered throughout this trench, but you see one part that they almost look stacked, and something about that catches your attention. As for the investigation check, as you're scrolling through this, flipping through this book, Man, as you're flipping through this book,
Orb of Arwick strikes again.
it was written before these tunnels were actually even destroyed. So you're unsure.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you're unsure where the entrance could be with this book, but
Could I also take my time in this, as if like I'm thoroughly searching, but actually, like skim its contents?
Sure.
So like looking like I am looking for any potential information as far as the entrance, but also taking this opportunity to actually read this journal.
Yeah. Do you want to kind of sit down with it and do that, or is that something you kind of want to just do periodically as you're traversing?
I walk and talk.
Okay,
You know.
sure. Sounds good to me.
At spying the brick structure, Rika will, if anyone's like talking, she'll unintentionally interrupt them and go ahead. Those look, I believe I may have found it. Those look suspiciously new.
Oh, excellent.
Pointing at the brick wall.
Is it like recessed and kind of hidden away, or is it out in the open?
It's pretty out in the open, but all of this is in this pretty big trench-like ditch, basically.
I'm going to stand guard and keep a lookout if y'all want to check that out. And Leon is going to step away from it and look, kind of take the station of a guard who is perhaps, passing the time at their post, but a little bit away from where they're working.
Okay.
And is going to keep an eye out, but also read.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. I guess we'll all head over to the brick wall then.
Okay, so you head over to these bricks. They're, as you're approaching them, they seem to be stacked in some sort of a pile. They stand fairly high, probably about as high as the professor, and they're maybe a dozen bricks wide, stacked. That's it.
However tall the professor. Professor, how tall are you?
I'm approximately 3 feet tall.
Oh,
It's one professor tall.
Exactly
One professor tall.
It is one me tall. I look on, how suspicious! This incredibly new brick wall compared to the rest of these very old buildings. There is absolutely nothing hidden here at all. We can tell this because we are smart.
Rika laughs very softly and goes over to investigate the wall.
Right, make an investigation check.
Investigate. Where the fuck is my investigate? 17.
17.
Nice.
Okay, upon looking at these bricks, you put your hand on one, and the texture is a little off. It has almost the same texture as a normal brick, but something about it just feels funny, and as you kind of go to pick it up, it's almost weightless.
I try to push my hand through.
You don't push your hand through, but as you push, just a few of these weightless, almost like foam blocks just tumble off.
Well, I think I may have found the entrance.
Great. Let's do this.
And so it opens into the tunnel itself at this point, correct?
You're not sure yet. You can continue knocking off the rest of the bricks if you'd
Okay.
like.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
keep doing that.
Pushing those aside, and it's weird because like you're expecting to hear them clatter, but it's just foam. It's just pushing
Wow.
off almost noiselessly. Yeah, once that's out of the way, you see a hole that seems to just drop straight down into darkness.
You can't see the bottom. It's just
Do any of you have
to hell.
Any of you have dark vision at all?
I do.
You do?
Yes.
So you can see it drops down about maybe 15, 20 feet.
Okay.
Check something.
Cool. How far away is Leon from us now?
I assume up by the homes themselves. Is that correct, Leon?
Yes, like kind
Yes,
of.
I do.
Kind of a bit of ways away, like by the homes and like. So if anyone were to see Leon, he wouldn't want to lead them to the party, but rather away from the party.
Gotcha. Then I guess Ray's gonna like kind of softly call out and just say, Leon, we found the entrance, so you're good to head on back.
Are you picking your head up?
I don't think we've from the trench or from
the trench, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, but as you peek your head out, you see him kind of keeping watch, but he's also like pretty intently reading this book, and he kind of perks up as he hears something. And he's a little bit too far away if you're like cedar whispering, so he kind of takes a look around for a moment, makes sure nobody's coming. Is anybody coming?
You actually see the two guards making their rounds. They've rounded those side of the houses, and they're coming in your direction, but they seem to be talking and haven't quite noticed you yet.
Right. Leon actually does like a the cut it out, like kind of waving your hand across your neck, like no, go back down.
Okay.
And Leon's gonna put the book away and act as if he is patrolling the streets, but still keep an eye out and make sure that they don't head down towards the party members.
Okay, perfect.
Like actually act as if he's just coming from that way, therefore that part has already been patrolled.
They don't seem to be really concerned necessarily. They're walking towards you and they both kind of give a little wave when they're still a couple houses down, just noticing you standing post.
Leon nods towards them. He would have been walking from the direction, and he's gonna let them get close, and then just say hello.
Okay. Yeah, they
act natural.
Yeah, they approach and one of them says, "I wasn't aware we had a third member today."
Oh, right. Sorry. And he extends a hand and says, "I'm actually new to the guard myself. It's my first day, actually."
Oh, well, come in. You want to walk with us?
I actually, because these it's my first day, so I have to meet back up with my mentor. But he had me go and patrol this area, get used to the routes and all that in the neighborhood. You wouldn't believe it, but I am lost. These residences are a maze. And I was hoping to rejoin. Do you happen to know where we're supposed to rendezvous at? Because I have no idea where I am right now.
So first off, make a deception check.
Yeah.
First off, let's start there.
Right.
That's gonna be a deception. That's gonna be a 19.
Ooh. All right. So they both kind of nod and they're like, "Yeah, this was really confusing when we first started too. You just rendezvous back at your guard post, wherever you're assigned, just back in the main city square."
Right, and Leon kind of looks around main city square. What direction is that in?
Do you know where the museum is, right?
No. I'm actually pretty new to town too. Just moved here with the a wife and kids, you know?
Okay, all right. Well, the docks then. It is north of the docks. Once you find the museum, it's the biggest building, and it's the center of the square.
All right, and where are the docks?
How did you arrive?
Oh, no, I live here.
Question: do we hear all this?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
I'll do one.
Yeah, but all of you can if you'd like.
That is a mighty 16.
That is a 22.
17.
I love a +6 perception. That is so nice.
The best.
Me at my +9 deception.
What was Rika's?
Spicy.
What? What was Rika's perception?
17.
Okay, so both of you, Rika and Ray, would at least hear the mumbling. Maybe not making out all of the words from the position that you're kind of ducked down into, but you at least hear the mumbling. Like you can tell Leon is talking to someone.
Do I also hear that? I got a 16.
You do not.
Shoot. I'll ask
Oh,
them.
close.
I'll ask them what's going on.
Shh. Keep talking. I think the
Should we go and help Leon?
Oh,
I don't
the
think
guards
so.
are. We hear so he's talking to someone.
Just let him handle it, and if we hear maybe a ruckus, then we know.
If we hear a scream, we'll go help him.
Okay.
All right,
I'm
so
very good at providing distraction.
Fucking bird scream.
so the guards are like, so you live here, but you're new here, or you're new to the guard post?
I'm new to the guard, but we actually just moved here not too long ago.
From what was your means of travel, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, right. No, we actually lived outside the city before this. We
Gotcha.
traveled
New to the
by land.
city. Okay.
Right. Sorry. My bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little nervous. You know, we're gonna be working together from now on. So, you know, I want to make a good impression.
Sure. They point kind of down the street, and he's like, you see those signposts? And it's like those just stereotypical fantasy, almost like Witcher style signposts, where it's just
right.
the posting and in all different directions. It'll say various things. Any of those will take you anywhere you need to go, whether it's the docks, whether it's the town square. It'll take you directly to the museum if you follow it far enough.
Does it look like writing? It's like in common?
It's in common, yes.
Okay, so he's actually gonna say.
No.
Oh no.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is this is so embarrassing. I actually am illiterate.
They both kind of slowly nod.
I'm so sorry. I'm working on it. I'm doing my best. It's just, you know, we didn't grow up with a lot of money, so I didn't go to school. Honestly, this is the luckiest I've ever been in my life to be able to join the town guard like this and, you know, provide for my family. But I'm so sorry.
You see, one of them
Flies
looks.
gross.
One of them looks almost like, "Come on, we gotta keep walking. Like, we gotta go. We can't stand here and talk all day." And the other one looks really like invested.
In my fake wife and kid.
Yeah. And you actually
You hear the story.
he starts digging around in his pockets, and he pulls out this like basically what would be equivalent to like a policeman's notebook. Basically, like he takes this out and he starts scribbling down a few things, and he's like, "Okay, what symbol would you put in your mind for the town square? Just a square?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
perfect actually.
And what about the docks?
Probably like a triangle, like the sail of a ship.
Perfect. And then he rips that off and he hands it to you. So he's like, these are the words that you'll be looking for on the signposts. And here's the symbol to reference where you're going. Now you can follow the signposts anywhere that you would like.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You have no idea. This is going to help so much.
You're welcome. Were you doing this as a distraction?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so the rest of you, while this is happening, after you've shushed the professor, are you attempting to lower down into this hole, or are you just kind of waiting it out?
Probably, yeah. Just trying to get in, at least inside the entrance.
I can't see over the wall. I'm too short. Can someone pick me up and show me?
You are too heavy. Just one of us should go get a box.
It's my backpack, not me. I only weigh about 42 pounds. The backpack is at least another 100.
42.
Would I have to roll a strength check to try and just get the professor up and over this wall?
Nah. No, I would say that would be able. He's not resisting, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I could say maybe with Rika's help, the two of us are like.
Yeah. So just for the theater here,
I have a -1
Leon.
on strength, just so you're aware.
Leon,
we're working together.
You're talking and you're accepting this paper, and you just kind of glance over and you just see your party members lifting the professor up over the wall, and you just quickly look back and you're like, "Thank you so much."
Oh shit!
Excuse me, guardsman.
What the fuck?
I come over. I apologize. This young man, gentleman. Guard, I was showing around. I was showing around.
Right, because I was just so lost, you know.
Yes. I am from the museum. I am Professor Era Macau at your service. I show them my badge. I do apologize for his wandering off. He is a new recruit. We're actually going to get him set up as doorman at the museum. But then I turned around and he was nowhere to be found. So I, tootled off this way. I figured just, bird, gizzard, intuition, that kind of thing. So I figured I'd follow after him and collect him. Thank you so much for finding him. He's a young country boy. He doesn't know that much. We're hopefully going to get him educated as part of his plan of being here. So thank you. We'll just take him away now. like grab Leon around the waist and just like.
Where do you start walking him?
We'll start heading. We'll go the opposite direction from the guards, like walking past them.
Okay.
And then once they're gone, we'll start around. Why's my camera all of a sudden?
So,
looking back,
what direction do the guards appear to be going in? Are they going towards our two other party members?
No, they're circling this little housing district. They're going towards like the signpost that they pointed you to.
Oh, okay, great. So they're not going to be going towards the party members.
No.
Most excellent. Whew. Okay. He says, "Man, I kind of feel bad. That guy was so nice."
His name is Filbert. He's a very nice guy. He brings his wife and kids to the museum sometimes. I think his oldest has a fellowship and is starting next summer. Maybe it's an internship. I can't remember. But he's a very nice guy. His youngest is kind of a brat, though. Likes licking all the museum statues. I don't know why.
Yeah, that is kind of gross. Are we good, though? Is everything all right down there? Were y'all just hiding, or?
Yeah, it was weird, actually. The bricks, they didn't really get that much resistance. They were like foam. So Rika and Ray just boom, busted down. It's a very light substance, usually used by
very
cosplayers.
ancient.
It is like a black hole. I don't have dark vision, so I don't know what's down there. I think one of them has. So we're going to go back over, and we're going to see what's going on.
Right.
They very politely lifted me up to cover for you.
Thanks, I really appreciated that. It helped a lot. I didn't know what I was going to do after he gave me the map. That was going to be really awkward.
I'll talk to Filbert tomorrow. Whenever we see him next, I'll clear the whole thing up. Don't worry.
Right.
Beautiful.
Out of character, the ongoing lore of the professor around the cities is amazing.
Keeps growing. Keeps growing.
Wow. I know
I'm giving Carrie stuff to work with here.
Perfect.
The temple with them every Sunday. Leon is actually going to drop the guard disguise and kind of shake it off and be like, "Whew, that was stuffy." I'm glad to feel more like myself again. I'll after you. Well, I'll catch you, I guess, if you slip or something.
Leon, do you have dark? Are you able to? Do you have dark vision? I don't think Ray would say that. Are you able to see well in the dark?
With a torch, sure, but not really. Just on my own.
Okay, well, if we would like to travel with torch, or I'm just worried that at the beginning of the tunnels, having a light might draw attention to us, and I do have a way of sharing dark vision.
Oh.
If we would prefer to do that for a short amount of time until we're deeper in the tunnels where we can't be seen.
That would be ideal. We could also, it's something that we used to do on expeditions, is to tie a rope between us. So if something happened, like if the torchlight were to go out or someone were to get stuck, then we'd be okay. So we can do that and then do the dark vision, and then once our ability to see in the dark runs short, I'm assuming it's magical, right?
Yeah, it only will last for about an hour, but an hour of travel should get us deep enough into the tunnels where I'm not worried about torchlight attracting outside attention.
Leon is going to actually get out his rope and tie it around his waist, and then hand it to Ray to tie it around hers, and then so on and so forth. We can give about 10 feet of slack in between us. And then if anything happens, cut the rope.
Rika, when she's offered the rope, she just shakes her head and steps a foot back.
It's for safety reasons. Is everything okay?
I have some things that need to be done before I can have something tied. Are we planning on heading down into the tunnels directly?
You hear you see that the professor is like, I imagine his robes are kind of like coveralls. He's kind of like pulled his robes off, tied them around his waist, and he's like reaching through his backpack, and he pulls out like his 1, 2. I can light a torch and drop it down.
Right. I think that would be a good idea, at least at first. And then, if Rika, if you want to prepare to do so.
Carrie, how many Mississippi does it take for the torch to fall?
Just a couple.
Oh.
Like 2?
You can see, with it falling, it hits the about 15-20 foot bottom that you saw, Ray, looking down. Hits that, and it seems to kind of tumble down and out of sight. There are... What you can gather from that is there are different ledges that you'll have to hit and actually maneuver your way down. You're not sure where the actual bottom is.
Oh.
Anyone have pythons?
I might. Let's see.
Oh, or pitons. Not sure how you pronounce it.
Nobody is.
Pitons? I always heard it as pitons for some reason.
Piton.
Pitons. I don't ask. I don't know.
Right, pass the baton.
The baton.
No, I just have rope.
No, I don't. Yeah, I only have rope.
Professor?
Let me look in my backpack.
And you see him like dive into his backpack, feet sticking out, as he's like rooting around to try and find stuff. You hear him like muttering to himself. What do I have?
Unfortunately, other than the several kits of very rare soils.
He pats like 4 little chests full of glass vials in the bottom of his backpack.
I do not have any. I do have rope.
And Carrie, I was gonna ask you, is it okay if like my staff has like a little glow rock in the top of it? Okay.
Sure.
And I do have this, and I like boink my stick on the ground, a little light pops up, and then I doink it again. And I do have rope. and I have these. And you see he also has like 2 very elegant scimitars that he pulls out. So like, he like surprisingly is like very adept with his scimitars and
Right. That's unfortunate. I am glad you have some means of self-defense, but looks like this is gonna be a bit rough. Damn.
I do not stay this cute by not being able to defend myself.
Right. Damn. I'm used to I ran out of them out of my last expedition, and I forgot to grab them from the store, the general goods store. Oh, Walter might, it's gonna be a bit of a rough climb, which is why I think it's even more important to stay tied together. But we'll manage somehow, I guess. Visually inspecting, who looks to be the strongest among us?
Visually inspecting me, you'll see I have a 12
for strength.
I will see that you have a 12 for strength.
I have a 13, so not much more.
I have an 8.
Oof.
We're best squish.
Squish.
Damn. Did they look to be like footholds in the side at all?
It doesn't. Like they look fairly flat. You're just not sure how strong they are. It's almost like in this hole you see a platform that Ray thought was the bottom. Like that's how much room it took. A platform. There'll be a slight squeeze to get to the next one, and then you're not sure where it goes past that, but you heard the torch clatter a couple more times.
As everyone is deliberating and being all very smart in their approach to this, Rika will just walk over with purpose towards the hole and start trying to climb down.
Okay, make an athletics check for me.
Damn. Abandoning the ties. This is archaeological safety 101.
Definitely. 15.
15. Dropping down, it doesn't take very long before your hand actually slips, but you do land on that drop that was about probably like 16 feet down. Your feet land on it, and there's this slight just...
What? Where did Rika go?
Presumably down the hole.
Oh my fucking god.
A little unsteady down here. Be careful.
Right. I could have told you that. Are you taking the rope lead or not?
Carrie, how long would you say it's been since they all met up at the front of the museum?
It took you about 30 minutes to walk here. I'd say it's been about an hour almost.
Okay.
Alright, well, the strongest of us should be at the back of the group. And then the lightest, well, if I fall, then I have, and then Leon kind of thumbs to his wings, so...
I also forgot I have a fly speed.
So you guys can just fly your asses down there.
It does look pretty crowded.
I am a Kenku, but because of that I'm an Aarakocra, or not an Aarakocra, I'm a Kenku. Because the lore of the macaw Kenkus are the Chojin of Mistra, I have a fly speed of 40 feet. I can't fly when wearing medium or heavy armor. And it's granted me by magic, so I just kind of float.
Oh, right.
The float speed.
Yeah. It's one of those trade-offs that, because for this Kenku, I lose some of the regular Kenku abilities, but I gain... So, like, I don't have mimicry, but instead of mimicry, I have that I can weave very beautiful stories. So I will just...
Do you mention this?
I do. I'm like, I should mention, I forgot. I also can fly.
I forgot.
Sometimes, and as I poof up, you see like little magical streamers come off, almost like sand. And it's kind of like, it can be very handy sometimes when you are my height. But I did forget that I can fly.
Oh, that's good. And you're the smallest. In that case, you should lead. I got one of my wings crushed in a dig a while back, so I can do my best to glide, but not much more than that. And then, I suppose... who would appear to be stronger? Myself or, Ray?
Just from looking?
Yeah.
I
have an 8 strength.
You have an 8?
Yep.
Ray definitely appears to be stronger.
Yeah.
And so he can fly, he's small, I can glide if I fall, and you look to be the strongest of the 3 of us, so...
You should have said of us all. That would have been the best rhyme.
Oh my god, you're right. Sorry, the strongest of us all.
There we go.
In case
I'll edit it later.
And then, so you should be in the back, worst comes to worst. Got it?
Sounds good to me.
Well, Professor, after you.
Very well. I will light another torch for my pack. I will have one scimitar drawn.
Oh, wait. We're gonna do the dark vision thing?
I can give 3 people dark vision.
Right. And Rika already has dark vision, so it'll just be the 3 of us.
The 2 of you. I have dark vision.
Oh. Shit.
But I can share
we'll
dark vision with up to 3 people.
Hit me with that shit.
Let me just read it off for you, Carrie, so that you know.
Okay.
So it's Eyes of Night. As an action, I can share 300 feet of dark vision with up to 3 willing creatures that I see within 10 feet of you, lasting for an hour.
1 hour.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good
so
thing
it's
we
just
chose
an
the
hour,
slack.
and then I won't be able to use it again until a long rest.
Okay.
Right.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Well, Professor, after you.
Thank you very much.
Are you just jumping, or are you climbing?
Well, I can fly, so I just have my...
You can fly. So are you just kind of using your wings to kind of glide down a little bit?
I don't have wings. That's the thing. It's
Oh,
good.
right.
Magic.
It's magical. It's float speed.
Okay, so you would be able to come down and land right by Rika, but that is the extent of the amount of space that there is to stand on this platform.
Oh, okay.
And then it like plinkos down, kind of.
Right. Can I see where it ends?
You do. You can look off and you can see the next platform below.
Is it like this, or is it more like an angle down from platform to platform?
Yeah, this one here is more flat, but
Okay.
the little opening that you'll have to probably squeeze through
Okay.
reveals more of a slanted.
Okay.
They're not like meant to be platforms. They're pieces of the rubble that are just kind of jutting out of this entrance itself.
Can I do a thing where, because I'm assuming Rika and I will probably just continue to head down, where I can just like take a torch, light it, stick it in like some crevice to kind of show... Well, no, they all have dark vision, so never mind.
Okay.
I will just hold on to my torch for myself, and I will just... You guys notice that his scimitar is very nicely. Blade comes out of the mouth of a parrot.
Oh, I
That's
love
awesome.
this.
The hilt is sculpted to look like a parrot.
Perfect.
And he just floats down with his robe tied around his waist, with his turban still on, by the way. The turban is still on. Torch out, scimitar out, backpack on. The professor is ridden. Oh, and his staff.
All right. How are you guys? What are you doing? Like, describe to me moving from this platform to the next.
Oh, also keep in mind that we are tied to one another, so there is only so much slack.
Well,
the 3 of you
I think for sure you and I are tied together. I don't remember if the professor tied himself to us or not.
I
Or
did
if
not.
he just fucking jumped.
Okay.
I just
He just
flooped.
Yeah, I think it's just the 2 of us.
Oh,
Before we start moving into the crevice there,
Mhm.
Rika will kind of just glance at the professor and go, just take a step aside. I'm gonna do something that may unnerve you, but don't worry. And she kind of puts out her arm a bit and because the Microraptors, which has been it just hangs out on her shoulders for most of the time, kind of flops off and jumps to the ground right next to the professor very politely, like sitting there like, oh,
baby.
And Rika just kind of like steps, just like there's not much room, but like she tries to like pull a little bit, a few inches. And she starts like flipping buckles and stuff on her harness to give a lot more slack. Like she turns a bit, but you can kind of see she's kind of undoing some of the fabric that she's wearing. And then in a bit of a blur and shaping, she's obviously shifting to something. And after a couple of moments, it all kind of stops. Like she's almost like growing feathers out of her hair and across her body, and she's becoming bent forward. And a couple of moments, where the elven Rika was standing is now a raptor, about 4'11" tall, mostly that same brown and green mix of her hair and skin. The buck have snapped, like the leather harness is now snapped taut again. It becomes apparent it was made for easy transitioning between humanoid and raptor form. And her clothing, she has undone fully, and she shrugs off and picks up and puts away almost surprisingly well for having claw hands. And she kind of nods at the raptor, and the raptor like gets a little geek, and it hops up on her back and kind of nestles into her back feathers.
Oh, that's so cute.
The professor sort of goes, "Oh, that was interesting." At first I was like, "Are we getting naked?" And I was like, "Hey, I don't mind. I'm all for nudity." But like, whoa, you turned into a dinosaur. By the way, everybody, Rika's a dinosaur.
What?
Yeah, I can only take form of a humanoid.
You kind of cut out a little there, at least for me.
Yeah.
She says, I can only take the form of an elf or an humanoid for a few hours each day. The rest of it is spent in my birth form.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh.
You can talk as a dinosaur? That's so cool.
That's the main question. You can talk as a dinosaur?
That's the question.
That's pretty cool. Gonna lie.
Very interesting.
Just does a nod, and then she will try to squeeze through it now. A little more suited for squishing through small areas now with her new configuration.
All right, go ahead and make another athletics check for me.
Ah, shit. 4.
So...
No. The raptor was just to help.
So, it's a lot easier, surprisingly, to kind of scurry through the entrance here, because it's not a wide entrance, and you find yourself kind of really easily going through, a little too easily, and you actually fall all the way down to the next platform itself. You hit, and you feel yourself starting to slide, but you are able to, it's not unreasonably slanted, like you're able to stop yourself before you go over the edge, and you see the next platform below you as well. Professor, you just watched a raptor fall into a hole.
It's not good. That's definitely not good. Well, tally ho!
All right,
it's steep.
You just glide down, you land. It is rather steep, but you see Rika sitting at the very edge of this thing, a little, like, surprised, and you land on the platform without issue. Leon and Ray.
Given that we... it appears as if they have made their way further down, after apparently the reveal that Rika is a dinosaur. is going to say, well, here goes nothing, and kind of use his claws to try to dig into the sides of the tunnel and claw his way down.
Still tied
and
together.
then since we're tied, yeah, Ray will follow. Ray will just be above, so they're kind of like
kind of making footholds for her as we go by like clawing out the dirt.
So both of you make an athletics check.
Athletics.
Be sure to step where I step. That's
a 3.
Low number gang.
12 plus 0, so that's a 12.
All right, so you so matter-of-factly, Leon, are like, just be sure to step where I step, and then your claw hits rock that's just a little too hard, and you feel just the tip of the claw actually like snap, and you pull your claw back real quick, and you don't have a good enough grip with the other one, and you just fall. Tied, it makes sense why you're not really able to hold on, because the rope just pulls at your waist, and both of you tumble down. I need the professor and Rika to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay.
12.
Oh boy. That's a flat roll there, kiddos. 13.
All right, so you guys look up just in time to see Ray and Leon slam into you, and as their bodies hit you, you lose any sort of traction you had on this, and all of you tumble down to the next section together. You slam down into that rock, and then just that momentum carries you down to the very bottom. All of you are gonna take 5 points of damage.
Oh no.
The air is knocked out of your lungs, and you all lay now on the floor, like the bottom of the tunnels. Congratulations, you've made it in.
Ow.
That has not been my smoothest landing. I do remember a time I was adventuring with a very lovely orchid lady, and she landed on top of me after we fell, and her bosoms were in my face. It was not entirely unwanted, but just not in that scenario, and I think I broke several ribs.
Oh, fuck, are you okay?
Yeah, I don't feel like anything's too broken. I'm worried about my soil samples, though. I must check on them.
Right.
And you see the professor, like, get up, like, and, like, pull his backpack open and go diving in. And, like, you hear him, like, counting all of his soil samples. Wait, okay.
Not the soil samples.
Leon, Rika gets up and she shakes herself and then starts like grimacing at the broken and snapped feathers. Like,
Yeah, and now
started
now
to
you
do the
two
bird
see
thing.
the raptor form as well for the first time.
Hi. I assume you're Rika?
Shakes his head and like looks up, like, huh?
Oh, right. That's
This is my birth form.
that's so you're originally a
raptor.
Right.
I call it my feather form usually.
That's an interesting. And as Leon gets up, you actually see that his wings fall limp behind him as he gets up, and he offers Ray a hand, and he says, "Sorry about that. Are you okay?"
Ray kind of stands up and is like dusting herself off, and she's like, "No, yeah, I'm fine. I'm more murked about the fact that I'm now the only one here that doesn't have feathers. I'm feeling really left out, and it's fine. I'll get over it."
I pluck
Leon
a feather.
actually-
I pluck a feather out, and I get a feather to. Would you like a feather?
Oh, great. Leon
Thank-
actually.
All right. Would you like a feather?
Oh yeah, right. Thank you. And she just kind of like puts it in a pocket.
Okay.
Rika kind of blinks at her a moment and then kind of glances at the Microraptor, who survived the fall much better because it's tiny and was able to do the little flappies.
It just kind of fluttered away from the group, like, oh.
Yeah. And Pharaoh kind of does a little jump, hop, skip over, and then lands on, like, flutters up and lands on Ray's shoulder and kind of gives her a little boop.
Oh.
She looks sad.
I have been blessed. I have been blessed by this tiny feathery creature.
On top of Rika again.
You all also hear the sound of a trowel, and you turn. You see the professor getting a soil sample from the bottom of the tunnel. Like, and everyone turns. He goes, "Yes."
Oh, right. Collecting those samples. Leon is actually going to pluck one of his own feathers and offer it to Ray, and he says, "In where I come from, it's a sign of familiarity, but here you go."
Oh, thank you. And she'll take it as well and put it in the same pocket.
You're welcome. But as he turned around, you actually see that the wings which had fallen limp are actually completely limp behind his back, and you can see that they are not wings at all, but they're actually made of wood and canvas covered in feathers. And he doesn't seem to notice that they are broken. As he begins walking towards the towards wherever forward is. Well, shall we get going?
On that note, as you are now inside of the tunnels, I think all of you saw my poll earlier. Professor,
yes, I did.
You are able to roll with advantage on one roll of your choice. It can be after you've rolled. You can say you want to choose to have advantage on it, but you have one advantage roll that you can use whenever you'd like.
Fancy schmancy.
All right,
Thank
so
you, Twitter. From one bird app to another bird, I appreciate you.
That's good. Yes.
All right. So these tunnels they're about almost 10 feet wide in most places. There are sections where debris has fallen in. So some parts might get a little single file, but other than that, you can choose to go single file, or you can have 2 people in the front, 2 people in the back. Yes, I am asking, what is the marching order?
Rika is now that they're in there, she's almost like, she's practically vibrating with energy, and she, like, hustles to the front. It's like, almost like moving in place a little. Yeah, she's chomping at the bit to get out and get in there.
All right, so are you in the lead?
She would be, unless someone else moved her from that position.
No, I think Radiance would probably want to cover the back, just because she's a spellcaster and a buff spellcaster, so she won't be doing a lot of fighting, probably.
All right.
Yeah.
Leon will probably be in the back with Ray as well.
Okay. So, Professor, are you keeping pace with Rika, or are you following in line?
I'll keep pace. I like doink my staff on. I feel like after that fall, it kind of like fizzles for a second. I'm like, oh no, you don't. I like whack it off a rock, and it lights up. I'm like, there we go. Now it's working. Meanwhile, as we're walking, I'm like regaling the group with many stories of my expeditions I have done and the many ways I have collected various soil samples.
Perfect.
Wonderful.
As we're walking, and as the professor is regaling us with these tales, Leon is actually going to sling the bastard son of a lute and a lyre from his back, and start plucking on it a little bit and humming. And he says, "I'm going to use. I'm gonna use some of these bardic die. You know,
Hand out some inspiration.
yeah." I'm going to do so, and he's going to hum a tune a little bit, and it sounds very like melancholic almost, but a little hopeful. And but he doesn't sing; he just hums. And he says, "There is a, you know how we were talking about as we're walking our lines of work." This is a general question.
To everyone?
I didn't hear. Sorry. Oh, yeah, our lines of work, yeah.
Well, I suppose mine is listening to the living and the dead, too. There's a lot of history here. And then he's going to start humming a hymn in another language. Not sure if anyone would know it, but let's see. Given that you are at the front, Rika, you kind of feel the resonance of the history of in the feeling of being underground and all the beauty that there is to be there and all the hidden history that is in there, and you kind of vibe with it, like you're feeling like you're resonating with this a little bit. So you now have a 1d8 bardic inspiration die.
Ooh.
That's it. And
so I've never actually played with a bard in the party before. So what does that mean mechanically?
Oh, it means that the person who hears that one creature gains 1d8, and in the next 10 minutes, the creature can spend the die and add that number to one ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Sweet, thank you.
Either before or after rolling, but before the effect takes place, obviously.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Thanks.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure how exactly it looks when we're in here, but as we walk along, Rika will be looking around very intently. If there's any, like, a slight shadow of a hole, she will stand there and look at it to make sure it doesn't go further. Like,
okay, yeah, moving forward.
Any signs of anyone being here, too.
Right, it is fairly linear when you're first walking in here. It is a hole. It doesn't look to be part of the tunnel at first. This looks to be a tunnel they were digging to get into the tunnels. With all of the entrances being destroyed, they had to kind of create their own. So this all looks hand dug, maybe by magical means as well, but the further that you go, it eventually opens up into the actual structure of what these tunnels were, which none of you have ever been in before. Even knowing the history of Fallmount, these tunnels stand about 15 feet high. These are about 10 feet wide still, enough to be able to push carts through. And there are support beams in all sorts of directions, and it's only open for just a few feet, maybe 8-9 feet, before there's this large board. It looks to be maybe once was a support beam that is blocking your path. And this is the only place where you see heavy signs of people having been here before. It looks like those diggers had come in, and you see some tables set up where maybe they were setting their tools. You see a few mining tools still sitting around. But then you see one very old looking table, maybe it's destroyed. You see some like table legs on the ground, destroyed wood. And from what Zoller had mentioned before, the miners had stopped when they found the journal. So you assume this is maybe the location where they had found the journal.
Okay.
Did he say to keep digging or something like that?
He didn't.
He didn't?
He didn't say to or not to.
Oh, right.
But he just said this is where the miner stopped, didn't go any further, turned in the journal, and then he immediately hired or put up the board posting to hire you guys.
So essentially we're in a small room, for lack of a better term, and there is a support beam blocking the way.
Correct. And it seems to just go the one direction. It seems to have just fallen to block the path.
So is it blocking it in a linear path? Like, is it huge, or is it like narrow and it's just that you have to kind of do a hop skip to get over?
It's pretty big. It's fallen down, and then beside it, some more rocks have shifted down. You could maybe squeeze under it if you're careful.
Question, Carrie. Can I just investigate kind of the crates and the various broken stuff to see maybe this was a Merryweather operation?
Okay.
Or maybe to see if there's any defining features of what this could have been?
Sure. Make an investigation check. 3.
That's a fat 3.
You have no idea. I mean, there's no sign here saying Merryweather or another company or archive. There's nothing here stating who was investigating.
And here I was hoping for incriminating evidence.
Right. Leon's gonna flip through the journal to see if there's any reference to the location of the artifact.
The only thing looking through that journal that you can find is just that it was kept in his office.
Oh, right. Well, I can't imagine his office is down here. And then looking around, it's just it's just this pole in the way.
It's a pretty big post that's just fallen over.
We could. That's kind of dangerous. Wouldn't want to risk a cave-in. So pushing it's not a good idea. Also, I don't imagine any of us are that strong. We could use rope and all 4 of us to try to pull it down.
Pull the beam down?
That could destabilize the cavern, which could set off a chain reaction that destabilizes other pieces of this underground.
Yeah,
right. That was my main worry.
We could try to squeeze under it.
That's true. Does it look like there's space to squeeze under?
It looks like you could if you were careful.
Right.
Rika will go start nosing under it to see, test to see how big it is.
We could also dig under it a little bit to give us more room to do so.
Yeah, so Rika, stepping over, kind of pushing under just a little bit, you would probably be able to get under, but if any of you are wearing bags of any sort,
yeah,
they would have to go in before or after.
Because you mentioned this is where they were digging. Are there shovels or is there?
Yeah, you see shovels, you see picks, you see. There are even buckets of water that they were kind of making the earth a little softer in some places. But that's it.
Leon's actually going to do that in that he's going to pick up the water and use it to splash it over where he's going to dig, and then he's going to take probably a shovel because there's not a lot of room to swing overhead, especially with that beam there. Okay. And he's going to take a shovel and start digging it out a little bit to give everyone ample room to do so without catching on anything.
Okay, easy enough. You would be able to dig just at least even just a few inches, a couple inches would help. Just digging enough to where you're able to kind of shove a shoulder in, and you would all be able to get under this, no problem.
You see
Rika will help out.
Sheathe his scimitar, pull out his trowel. He grabs it, hits a little button, extends it, and then locks it. Goes, it's time to dig.
Bird of 1,000 gadgets.
And he just starts going to town, just
Perfect.
Rika will use her front claws, which are long and good at doing this.
I'll say with that help, you're able to get kind of a hole big enough to where you could probably crawl under this now on your hands and knees, crawl underneath and get up on the other side.
Given that the professor now has a shovel, Leon is going to take a pickaxe with him just in case.
Okay, sounds good.
As he crawls under.
All right, so as all of you arrive on the other side, you see what looks to be some sort of mound. Autumn, you're blocking my light. You see...
You're helping!
You see something, some sort of figure on the ground before you, covered up with some sort of a blanket or tarp.
How big is this?
A figure, it appears to be... 1 second, there's gonna be a cat fight.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yes, please. Autumn went back there.
We're just waiting for the...
We interrupt your D&D broadcast to bring you cat fighting.
Yeah.
Yes, who are we betting on? Autumn or...
Literal. Okay.
Do you want to bring me the spray bottle?
We have a can of air for that purpose.
See that? Yeah, I'm bringing it to Mom.
Thanks.
She is not afraid.
Just threateningly sets it off screen.
Holds bottle.
All right, so,
Is it like human size? Is my question, I guess?
It looks humanoid. Yes.
Okay, Rika will immediately take off and not pay attention to anything else in the room, and to get over there and see what it is.
You uncover it?
Yeah.
All right, so you see Rika sprint over, and immediately kind of claw down and uncover this figure, and you see a human, dark-haired, nice-looking clothing, lifeless in the dirt.
Is this somebody I know?
It is.
Okay. She will scream like unending heart. Like she is all the misery she has ever felt is pouring out in one long, high-pitched scream, and her Microraptor like darts behind somebody in terror. And
what?
she will just stand there, like screaming and sobbing over this body.
Leon's gonna freeze at the scream and kind of shout and like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" But upon seeing that Rika is sobbing, is like, "Oh," and he's going to approach very slowly and say, "Rika, is it someone you know?"
She is way too caught up to even notice someone approached her for a good several minutes at least. She is dead to the world, but after a bit, she kind of glances up and blinks and realizes someone's standing there. She goes, "This."
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, you cut out.
You froze.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you froze. There.
No, not at this moment.
I know.
Kind of looks up and just blinks a moment and then realizes there's someone standing there. She goes, I walk down for the history. My husband disappeared.
Oh.
He went down. He was sick. We thought it would help. He went down first. And she just like everything, like she just like all her feathers are drooping.
I'm sorry.
The professor comes over and just sort of puts his shovel on the ground and just like hugs Rika, and just sort of like you hear like very like tender chirping sort of coming from him. And you can see his feathers in the back of his head kind of like flicking up and down. He's just kind of like rubs Rika's shoulders and everything.
This is something that happened a while ago, right? Like not recently.
Like he's pretty dead.
Make a medicine check.
What is my +3? Let's do this.
And she said that he was sick.
Oh no!
Got a 5.
No!
You can at least
Damn
it. You at least know it wasn't today.
Well,
here
okay.
I'll give it a go. I got a +3 to my medicine. 14.
14, maybe a few days?
Yeah, so
you're not entirely sure either.
There's no like spare the dying this guy. Like this guy's donezo dead.
Is he like when we talking dead, like
murdered or like
well, I'm thinking more like stage. Like, are we talking bloated? Is he mummified because there's no moisture down here?
He is at the early stages of decomposition.
Okay.
It's like rigor mortis and like some bloating.
Okay.
Correct.
Can we tell how he died?
Make an investigation check. I heard Leon asked that too, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of you.
Both of us too?
Both of you can make an investigation check.
Come on, dice. That's
be
better.
17 plus 2,
plus
so
1. I got a
19.
14.
14 and a 19?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the 19 will reveal, at first glance looking, you're not sure what the cause of death is. But as you're able to look a little bit more, in just the manner that his arms are in, you're able to see a little blood pool sort of underneath the armpit. And investigating a little bit more, you see 2 dagger wounds just into the rib cage under the arm.
You said that your husband was sick?
She kind of tries to catch her breath while she's like, "Hi, his sister."
His sister, right.
It's incurable.
Right.
We thought it would buy us some time.
I understand. It's natural to want to save those you care about. I'm sorry for your loss, but your husband didn't die of anything natural. This was something humanoid, given that there's dagger wounds. Your husband was murdered.
She just kind of like her claws like flex in and out a couple times. Just
we'll find whoever did this, but in where I come from, it's important, and I've seen wherever you come from, it's important how you handle the people you love. What would you like to do with him? We can bury him. We can take him once we leave.
She kind of just... She was obviously preparing for something bad, but obviously this is a little much. She's just like,
bad.
Yeah. She's like, the forest. He'd want to be in the forest.
Okay. Leon covers him back up again with the shroud, and man, I can't imagine. Is there anything else down here besides like him, like a wheelbarrow or something?
Yeah, there would be, probably on the other side, but yes.
Right. He's going to take it, and he's going to use the wheelbarrow to cover him from anything that might want to eat him. And do so in that case. And yeah, we're gonna come back for him, and we'll take him.
And she just nods, and she walks over to kind of pat the. She reluctantly kind of pulls herself away and walks over to pet the Microraptor a couple times. And Pharaoh looks up and gives her a few comforting little nudges as she calms down. She'll give a thankful look to both of them.
Okay. Ray, you,
Yes.
While Leon found the wounds, your hand brushing across, you found a folded up piece of paper in the pocket. Do you read it?
Yes.
I am sending that to you on Twitter right now.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what to do with this information.
That's never good to hear.
No.
As you're like, oh.
So are you guys beginning to continue down this tunnel?
Yes.
Damn, are you sharing with the rest of the class?
I think first Ray's gonna ask, Rika, what, just
How well
curious,
do you know
what
your
was your husband's name?
Rimmel.
Sorry, what was it?
Rimmel.
Okay. Never mind. No, we're good. Let's just keep going.
Why do you ask?
Did you find it in who? Did Ray find it in his pocket?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, Rika will come over and kind of just look. She's like, "What?
Well,
What?
also,
do you have?"
like, did she hide it, or...
That too.
Yeah, that's true. Did I probably just opened it.
You glanced at it, and then what did you do with it after? Because you had a moment of like
Kind of like the
processing.
You were off from everyone. Yeah.
So you can, as they were all standing up, you can decide: did you conceal it, or is it still out in the open?
First, would there be a roll that I could do to see if I know who this is from? I don't know if that would be a history or...
To see who it's from?
Yes.
Or like who wrote this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say just make a general history check.
Okay, because I'm not quite sure what roll that would be.
Like if you recognize the handwriting or
no.
the name?
I'm burning this dice. Strawberry dice. You've done me wrong.
No, and you
That's
got focus for the game.
it's a 7 altogether.
Yeah, it's too vague.
Also, would we see her reading this?
I guess it would have to be a sleight of hand check.
Yeah, if you're trying to, are you trying to kind of put it away?
I don't know if I would, actually.
Because this was at the same time that most of you were talking about the wounds and asking the questions about Rika's husband, so...
Yeah, I don't know if Ray would have tried to sort of put it away.
And you specifically asked Rika, so that's the only reason I said, well, she looked over. Because other than that, Rika's not going to notice anything in the world right now unless it's very obvious.
Okay.
Right.
I
So
think
just
I'm
kind
gonna...
holding it, kind of.
Yeah, I think I'm just kind of sitting there like... I found this. Do we know anybody whose name starts with an A? Other than Professor? Because I don't. I know so many people. I don't know a single person whose name starts with an A, not one. But she'll just hand it over. I think she'll hand it over to Rika first because she found it on her husband's body, right?
Yes.
And I'll just say I found this in your husband's pocket, and it's just. Do you want me to read it, or do you want to read it?
Either way.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, I cut out.
Oh.
Oh, hi.
Hello, welcome back.
Hi. What was the last thing y'all said? Sorry.
It
was about
Ray...
someone's name, right?
Yes, so Ray is just giving this letter to, or this note, I guess, to Rika first. And it just says, I trust that McKeel has no clue we're speaking. Find the artifact and get it to me in one piece, signed with an A. And I don't know what that means.
After a moment of just staring at it blankly, she'll just kind of blindly pass it on to whoever's closest. I don't know who these people are.
What was the other name?
We know who McKeel is, because that's the guy that hired us.
That's Zoller's last name, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant A, yeah. I don't know who the A is.
Do we know Mr. Mayweather's first name?
Professor, you would know Mr. Mayweather's first name.
I mean,
It is Robert.
Okay.
Well, unless it's Atwick or Axel
Or
himself.
literally Arwick, for whatever reason. Back
Right.
from
The dead from hundreds of
Century?
years ago.
Yeah.
We don't know
He's a
anyone.
lich. Plot twist.
Well,
I don't know.
we're gonna
Character.
fight a lich at
Character.
We're gonna fight a lich at level 5. Hashtag I'm dead. I got 25 hits left.
It would be really fun, a lich at level 5.
I just
Can't
turn it
wait.
into a roast chicken. Just poof.
Well, whichever way. And her husband's name was
Rimel. Rimel.
right. Her husband's name is well. I have no idea who this could be, but it seems that it's vital that we find out. Unless we end up not alive.
End up not alive.
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
See what else we can find.
All right, continuing further. I assume in silence, probably at this point. Very quiet. You just hear your footsteps as you're continuing forward. You move forward for probably about 15 minutes in a pretty linear tunnel before you actually come up to one singular door. It's wooden. It seems well structured against this tunnel itself. You see bricks kind of stacked to make a wall in this tunnel to house this door. But it is an arched door, and the handle, it looks really rusty as you're approaching.
Does it look to have a lock on it? Or a keyhole?
There is no keyhole.
And no lock?
No lock.
Oh, okay.
It just seems to be a handle.
What happens if we just pull on it?
Do you pull on it?
Well, you want to find out?
Could I roll a perception check first to see if there's any traps on this here door?
Sure.
The way that you... That's a nat 20. Okay, we make up for it in the end.
You are absolutely positive that this door is just a door.
Oh, well, I'll just open it then.
All right, you pull on the... It's really rusted, so it takes you a moment, and then it finally just turns, and you're able to pull it and open up the door, and it opens. Make a perception check, actually, for me real quick, as it's opening up.
Okay. Come on.
This is very scary.
A 10.
No. Okay. You have dark vision, too, so...
Yes.
As you are opening up the door, the first thing you notice as it's opening is the floor. It's no longer a packed dirt floor like it was before. You see actual tiles of some sort of stone. The tiles themselves are about 6 feet by 6 feet, and they almost look like granite countertops, but it's the flooring itself, and you can see obvious cracks between the tiles. you see, as the door opens all the way and you're able to see the walls, you see there are notes and scribbles hung up seemingly all across the wall that you can see. And then there are 2 support beams in this room as well that seem to be holding up an also tiled ceiling.
Okay. And I guess it's just otherwise empty?
Yep.
Okay.
And like the whole floor is these tiles, or is there?
The whole floor seems to be these 6 foot by 6 foot tiles.
What happens if I throw a rock in the room?
You kind of look down, pick something up, and toss it in.
Nothing.
Nothing.
What are we thinking?
I think we read what those notes say.
Okay.
They say knowledge is power.
If we are able to garner more information about what happened here, because I'm assuming, just looking around and just feeling, this was not like this before. So something hinky's going on.
And if we find out knowledge, we can find out the truth. After you.
All right, let's go. I walk in.
All right. Walking into the room, you see...
You die.
I'm
Walking
dead.
into the room, you
Ceiling
die.
falls, everyone dies.
Walking into the room, you see all of the walls are covered in papers and scribblings. There are no other doors except for the one that you entered into.
Oh, I don't like this. This is a solitary confinement. This is the no-no zone. I don't like it.
Yeah, and then you just see the support beams and notes all over the place.
Maybe we'll start walking around looking at notes then. Just try and see if there's anything that would...
All right,
Yeah.
anyone looking at the notes, make a investigation check.
Okay.
Shit, that's not the one I have good numbers in.
I'm going to keep
Oh,
guard.
I got an 11.
You'd be a
Okay.
16, oh great DM.
Okay.
Yeah. Rika is still very distraught and barely seeing things straight and rolled a grand total of 8.
Okay.
That checked out.
Leon, did you
Yes.
say you were standing at the door keeping watch?
Yes, and also
Okay.
keeping the door open.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so, Professor,
Mm-hmm.
after all of you spend about 10 minutes looking over all of these notes, some of them written in languages that are just very ancient dialects of, even if you knew the language, you'd be able to recognize some words, but it's just such an ancient dialect of this language that a lot of it you can't make out. But upon investigating one whole side of the wall, you're able to find a note that seems to be particularly about this room specifically. It shows a diagram of this room, and you see it's drawn with another room directly on the other side of the wall across from the door. You see this room has the tile in the center. There seems to be some sort of object drawn on it. You can't quite tell what it is, but there's something drawn on that tile. And then there's an X on the tiles directly to the left and directly to the right. And then switching over to the room on the next side of the wall, there's not much detail about that room, but you see the center tile has something drawn on it, and there's an X to the left and the right on each of those tiles as well.
Okay.
Find anything?
I have indeed, and I will show them the doodles.
Okay.
You know, I'm wondering if this says that we should put something on those tiles or that we should avoid those at all costs.
See, here's my idea. I load a good old Eldritch Blast, and I just shoot the 2 X's, and we see what happens.
Where are the support beams?
I will show you.
That's a good point. Are the support beams right next to the X's? Because if so, that could change the plan. Because I don't want to just go in blasting.
Support beams.
All right.
So anyway, I started Eldritch Blast.
Started blasting.
Okay.
The support beams are the circles.
Okay. So less.
Oh damn! How do I view that?
I can here. I'll take it. I'll take a picture and I'll send it to the Discord.
Oh great. Gotcha.
Let's try just shooting 1 to start. Should I just shoot 1?
That is a question, whether we should shoot anything at all.
Well, that way, it gets us far away from it, so if something does go up first... Okay, first, let's gather all the notes. I will gather all the notes. I will put them in a bin. So I go around and I take all the notes, I throw them into a book. Or I throw them into a folder and I put them
all of the notes?
All of the notes. I grab all the notes.
Okay.
A lot of notes.
Rika will
That's a lot of notes.
All
there's so many.
notes.
Rika will
All right.
fall and help six people she can focus on.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
I feel I'm like cramming like a Pokemon card binder. Just.
Hey, be careful.
Well, you're trying to close it, but it won't quite close.
I think I need a bigger backpack. Like tighten the straps.
Perfect.
Okay. And now I lock and load an Eldritch Blast. And I pop one of the first X's. Also, I like to think my Eldritch Blast, when it fires, looks like a flaming parrot.
Beautiful. Where's everybody standing?
I'm by the door, far away.
Yeah,
I would go walk next to the door.
Okay, so kind of all of you standing off by the door, you fire off an Eldritch Blast at one of these tiles that has the X on it, or like that has the X on it on the diagram, and you slam the Eldritch Blast into it. You see the impact, and you just hear kind of, and that's it.
Nothing happens.
Mm-mm.
Equal weight. Maybe they need to have equal weight on them. Or both pressed at the same time to activate them.
Do I?
Boom, boom.
2 guns.
I two finger guns. I do 2 Roy Mustangs.
Okay, slams into it. You see the impact. You hear kind of the shifting of stone, and for a moment you see a little light on the ceiling, but it fades.
Oh. Ooh,
right.
I think maybe we have to hit all 4.
You can't. Yeah, you can't see the other 2. They're between, or there's a wall blocking.
And there's nothing in here that's like heavy, right?
I turn my
no.
Eldritch Blast to the wall.
Wait, no. The structural integrity.
Yeah, there's 2 pillars. They'll be fine. I look around, like, getting the confirmation.
Wait.
Rika just
I think
not
they
in a
need...
position to make a good sound. She just nods.
Hold on. Professor.
Yes.
Something did happen upon pressing those 2 tiles. So I think maybe they just need to be sustained.
Leon and I could literally just go stand on them.
Wait, hold on. Well,
This is true, but
maybe not specifically Leon.
I'm saying, wait. Let us grab some rocks. Let us go get some rocks from the cave in, and we'll put the rocks on it, and then that way... Does anybody have Mage Hand? Shit. Okay.
I do cast magic, and I do have hands, yeah.
Okay. Then what we can do is we can go get some rocks or some rubble and put it on there. Because I'm a little worried about putting... Because what if it opens up and, like, lava comes spewing out?
Or like hot liquid gold, and we get Smaug. Like,
what a hell of a way to go.
Who knows? Maybe deep down, Carrie is a sadist and just wants to see the world burn and see us burn in
it. There's no winning this one shot, actually.
How many pounds of force does an Eldritch Blast produce, if I may ask?
Not much.
Not much, so it doesn't take much.
If anything, I would imagine it's like a punch. Like
yeah,
a very
like a little push. Yeah.
In fact, anyone got anything like kind of heavy? I have a bedroll. Off the top of my head, I have my daggers.
I mean, I have an explorer's pack, so it's probably weighty enough. Oh, I technically have a miner's pick. Apparently.
Oh, right. I also have a pickaxe.
Because I had some stuff strapped to my back and stuff.
All right, so we'll use the pickaxe, which has a considerable amount of weight, and we'll use those to weigh it down, since the Eldritch Blast doesn't produce much. Your pew pew thing doesn't really seem to produce much force, and then
I like to call it parrot poppers.
Oh, your parrot poppers. And then we'll book it as soon as we drop them. So, you ready?
All right.
So Leon is going to go and take out the pickaxe and walk up to the tile and hold it out over it and wait until Rika is ready.
She will back out of the way.
Yeah.
And on 3, I guess.
What are we putting on the other one?
Oh, a pickaxe as well.
Oh,
yeah,
gotcha. Okay.
She'll actually grab this one with she'll back up and grab it with her jaw and kind of pull it off. Yeah, and then get ready.
All right, so we're dropping the pickaxes onto the. All right.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and then
ding, ding.
And then Leon books it back to the door.
Sprinting. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened?
No.
Damn. So the Eldritch Blast worked, but the pickaxe didn't.
It needs magic?
Rika, since you're standing there, make a perception check for me.
Yeah, because she didn't move.
Right.
13.
13. At impact, the plates seemed to shift a little bit, but it just wasn't enough weight.
She kind of tilts her head at it and goes it looks like we just need more weight.
Oh, okay. Fuck, what else do we have? Leon starts searching through his pack. Damn, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be able to put my my lyre on there, my bowed lyre.
She just glanced. She's like, "I'll stand on one."
What?
Just pile everything we have on the air.
I value my belongings, so I'll just use my life instead. And Leon's gonna stand on the other one.
Oh my god.
Sound logic.
That's it. So, yeah.
Rika
Leon's
will also go
to
just stand on it.
Step out onto it.
At the same time.
Yep.
All right. So, Leon and Rika walk over and stand on each of these pressure plates. And as they click down, you see the light glow from the ceiling again, and a beam comes down and slams down into the tile that is in between the two of you. It sits there for a solid maybe 10 seconds and then disappears.
Does anything else happen?
Nope.
Is there something different about that tile that is in between?
Make a perception check or an investigation. I'll let you pick.
We'll do perception. I love that sweet +6.
Well, we're not dead.
Okay, so for 24.
24. Okay,
24.
So you immediately walk over and start investigating this tile, and Just by looking at it, you can see there aren't burn marks necessarily, like where the light is slamming into. It doesn't look like it's harmful, but you see almost like a constant shadow. You see various shapes seem to have been hit and seem to have blocked the light at various periods of time.
Okay.
Just slightly different shading on different parts of the tile. But it looks solid. It doesn't look like a pressure plate.
Right.
Okay.
Shapes like a square for a market square, or a triangle for a sale.
It was the gods all along.
The guys all along. We just let them get away right from
Do
our
the
noses.
shapes look like primary, like building block shapes, or do
No,
they
look like various objects. Like one of them is rounded like a tankard, maybe. One of them looks like it could have been an open book.
All right.
We're gonna put something in the middle.
Leon is going to put the pickaxe in the middle, and then I guess we jump on 3 to reactivate it.
She nods.
1,
On 3.
2, 3.
Jump, land back on it. You hear it as the light lights up in the center and slams down on this thing. It's there for a solid 10 seconds, and then the light and the pickaxe disappear.
It's a teleporter.
Yeah,
he dabbled in teleportation
magic.
All right.
I'll do it first. I stayed in the middle. This is so exciting.
First to die.
Ray runs over and stands in the middle immediately.
Do it. Step on the plates.
Wait.
No, just do it.
But we don't want you to go alone wherever you're going.
I will go. I will go.
Great. See you on the other side.
The professor, as they get ready, like pulls out one of his scimitars and tries to look as much like an 80s pulp fantasy movie poster as possible.
Oh,
we shall go through together.
Okay.
Rika just kind of does a.
All right.
Okay.
Ready? And if I don't see you after this, it was nice knowing you.
Indeed, you as well.
Fucking, he salutes back, and then 1, 2, 3.
All right, the triumphant music starts as you say your goodbye, and the two of you jump up, slam down. The tiles shift. The light comes down, slams into both of you. You feel nothing, and then suddenly Ray and the professor are gone, along with the light.
Oh fuck!
Are we dead?
We don't know yet.
We appear on a beautiful island.
Feel the flowers.
There's a tiki bar over there.
The professor goes against Plaster.
Leon is going to look around for a moment.
Rika just kind of goes. So.
What now?
What? Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. The diagram. There's a room attached. Which wall is that? Consulting the diagram, which wall would be the one to the connecting room?
The wall farthest on the other side of the door.
Okay. Leon is going to go up to it and pound on it. I don't know how thick it is, but
go ahead and make a strength check for me.
I'm gonna break my fucking hand. 2 minus 1, so a dirty 1.
Rika will go over and try to as well.
Okay, go ahead and make a strength check.
I punch it.
Oh fuck!
And then I
rolled a 3, so I have a total of 2.
So that you walk over and go. How?
Hold on. How thick does the wall appear to be?
It's hard to tell, but from your punch, it seems really thick.
Okay, I am going to think really hard towards Ray, and I'm going to cast message and say, "Hey, can you hear me? Are you alive?"
You're casting message to Ray.
Yeah.
Okay. On that note,
can cast through solid objects if familiar with target. Doesn't work in magical silence, 1-inch stone, 1-inch metal, any lead. Oh, fuck. So if it's even 1 inch thick, it won't work.
Okay.
Shit.
Good to know.
Nothing in return?
Nothing in return.
Damn. Hate to see it. Fuck. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Wait, maybe if they can activate, then it'll teleport us there? Maybe? Leon's gonna stand on the center plate and then just wait there and see if anything happens.
That is fair.
All right, sounds good. Cutting to Ray and the professor. You stood in this center tile. The light came down, and you were kind of blinded for a second. It didn't hurt, but it was just very bright. And when you open your eyes, you're in a different room. You are standing in what appears to be Arwick's office.
Whoa!
You see the 2 obvious pressure plates on either side, and you see across the way there is a dusty old desk. But the most important thing is that you see the walls are lined with shelves. And on the shelves are hundreds and hundreds of orbs.
Fuck! Oh, no. Fuck. Well?
Orbs for everyone!
Do they look like they're do they all look the same, or are these like?
As of
would I
right
be able
now,
to tell if they're prototypes?
As of right now, they all look sort of like just a glass paperweight. They're all dormant, basically. So, no way of knowing.
Hey, Professor.
Yeah,
Do you really work for the museum?
I do.
So what would happen if you didn't bring back an orb?
That's a good question. Well, if I was honest with Mr. Merriweather and said, listen, Mr. Merriweather, there was like 100+ orbs. You told me to find one. I got you one orb. You can't fire me for doing what you told me to do. And I guess I did it. Or I take my backpack off. I reach down to the bottom and I pull out 6 or 7 sacks that I have in my backpack. Or we load up all these sacks with all the orbs and we bring them back. So...
Okay, let's see. What am I gonna do here?
Carrie, by a rough guess, how many orbs are there?
At least a couple hundred. They're about this size, like baseball sized, and there are shelves from top to bottom all the way around the room.
Okay. I think Radiance turns to Professor and just says, I think maybe we should at least get Rika and Leon over here.
Yes, this sounds like a good idea.
Okay. And so we're gonna go step on the pressure plates in this room.
Okay. Let me check something real quick. All right, so you guys said you guys are bringing rocks?
Leon is going to carry out the professor's plan to bring rocks to weigh down the pressure plates.
All right, and were you getting rocks as well, Rika?
Yeah, I'll start putting some into my various saddlebags.
All right, so as you guys are making your way back into the room, you see the light slam down in the center and then vanish.
Oh, fuck! Wait, no! Leon's gonna rush to the center of the room and dump the rocks that he has on the other plate and wait on the center and hope that it comes back. Fuck. I knew we should have waited.
Rika kind of stands there for a moment and thinks, and she's like, if we leave rocks on the pressure plate, will that make it not work to come back?
Wait. Oh, that would be awful. We would get stuck in the room. Okay. Fuck the rocks.
Push all the rocks up.
Yeah, she eats her rocks.
Oh.
And Leon,
Well, actually,
once again, waits patiently on the center platform, hoping that the light's gonna come back on.
All right, so Ray and
Rika
Professor...
walks over too.
Okay. Ray and Professor, you stand on it, it lights up, it goes away, and you're like, huh. Do you try it again?
They must have seen it that time, right? Like, maybe, let's just try it maybe one more time. Because maybe they just weren't ready.
For science. For science.
Yes, agreed. And so we'll step off and we'll step back on again.
All right. This time the light comes down and then Leon and Rika appear on the center tile before you. The two of you see this office with orbs lining the walls.
Wow.
Yeah, so welcome to our hell. We got a lot of shit here to handle. And yeah.
I think Ray kind of like pulls out the feathers that she was given and just kind of looks at them.
Okay.
And then kind of puts them back.
Okay.
And then says, you guys have all been a lot nicer to me than I expected you would. So I maybe be good to let you know that, I come from a group of clerics that have been studying Arwick, and I was sent to destroy the orb.
Oh.
Because no one knows what it does. We just know that it was powerful and that it was some sort of intense magic that was banned. And if that gets into the wrong hands, who knows what destruction could befall.
Alright, so Professor wants to give it to the museum. You want to destroy it, and
Rika speaks up. She's like, wait, what the hell was his name?
Zoller?
Zoller, yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Zoller wasn't entirely truthful with you all. And she just kind of shakes her head a little. She's like, this was all his plan. We had worked with him before, Rimmel and I, on some occasions, and he was the one who mentioned the orb when Rimmel's sister fell sick. He said it could stop time.
Stop time?
He didn't tell us much. He just said something about it stopping time and that it might be our only shot. And we were desperate. After Rimmel went in by himself, then I wanted to go look right away, but Zorar said, what the fuck was his name? Zorar?
Zoller, yes.
Zoller. Zoller said that it would be too dangerous to go alone. We needed more people. He suggested the ruse. I didn't like it, but if it would help me find Rimmel, well, we're here. I can't let a chance to save his sister pass up. It was the last thing he wanted. So, I can't let his sacrifice be in vain.
You lied. You lied. And you lied. Is there anyone else who's lying to me right now?
I wouldn't say lying. I would say bending the truth slightly.
Oh, right.
I kind of looks at the microraptor. She's like, well, I suppose Pharaoh didn't lie.
I suppose so.
Pharaoh sits up proudly.
Well, cheer up.
Okay, I don't usually do this, but if we're being honest here, especially given the gravity of the situation, I'm also lying.
Everyone is lying.
Oh my lord.
It's kind of like a murder mystery, but everyone's guilty.
Fucking,
we got like an Agatha Christie going on here.
Also, DM, would you now say that I now know what the Orb of Arwick looks like, and am familiar with its shape and construction and the nature of its properties?
Well, all of the orbs do look the same.
Right, they look exactly the same, but only...
You have never seen the orb before. You've never seen a accurate diagram of the orb before. So I would say no, you still don't entirely know what its physical properties would be.
Oh, right. But I know something about the nature of the object. It's not just an orb.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You know it's a magical orb.
Without as I start saying this, I am going to try and cast Locate Object on the Orb of Arwick.
Let me see. Do you have the spell pulled up?
Yes. Lead blocks it. Hold on, let me pull this up. Which tab is this under?
I have it right next. I have the book right next to me too. If we just need the book.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Describe or name an object that is familiar to you. You sense the direction of the object's location, as long as that object is within 1,000 feet. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you have seen it within 30 feet at least once.
Okay.
Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, and it can't locate it through lead.
Okay, so
would you say I'm within 30 feet of every orb in this room?
Yes. Focusing on your knowledge and your the history that you know about the orb that you're specifically looking for, it can point you to... It's not specific because you haven't seen it actually before, so you just feel it coming from the far wall.
Right.
That narrows it down to maybe 150?
150 orbs. Would you do I have like a direction like near the top or near the bottom or just the far wall?
I'll say if you start moving a little bit closer, you would feel it more towards the bottom.
Right. As Leon starts to speak, he starts pacing around the room, like kind of slowly. I'll be honest. I'm not your average archaeologist or treasure hunter or anything like that. And as I'm sure you've heard me mention, according to the legends of my people, Arwick is not the inventor of teleportation magic and not the discoverer or inventor of the orb, but rather the work of my people, who are not the mourning doves. And as he walks, he's going to shrug off what is now a harness kind of like bra style, like under the shirt, takes off the straps and shrugs it off, and then unclips it, and then grabs his own beak and crushes it, and the outer layer of the beak crumbles away.
Oh no.
The beak
Okay.
of a no, he just rips off his own beak.
I'm done with this.
I don't need a mouth anymore. Leaving a distinctly curved beak, and as he runs his hand through his feathers, it's a brown dun starts to flake away, leaving a shiny raven-esque black. And I'm sure you've heard how tyrannical our dear king could be. My entire people were disappeared for speaking the truth. And the truth is something I wish to preserve, including the truth that my people, the Kenku of the Parthcrow, were the ones who invented and discovered, and this is going to be the last trace. The long and short of it is, I can't let you destroy the orb, and I can't let you take it. So what are we going to do with that information? And as Leon finishes up, he's going to be near the back wall. And you said I sent it near the bottom?
Yeah.
It's kind of a and as he's walking, his demeanor starts to change. He's like his feathers start to kind of puff up, and he's almost looking like on edge and testingly, almost hostile. Walking along the back wall, can I play hot and cold? Like, do I pass it? Do I go draw near to it?
I'll say it's too broad of a hotspot, so to speak. You can narrow it down to maybe like a 5 foot wide gap where it's possibly at.
Okay. And how many does that narrow it down to?
I'd say maybe 25-ish.
25-ish, okay. And my business isn't purely academic. Yes, I do travel the world and I do record the truths of the living and the dead, but I also stop those who would stand in the way of that, or who would take and prevent that. And honestly, I like you guys, and I don't want to have a problem.
Rika just kind of steps half a foot forward. She kind of looks up. She's like, so with all that being said, do you know what it does?
Oh, I have no idea. But if it does stop time, as you so claim, then I wouldn't want your husband's sacrifice to be in vain. I would perhaps go with you in your journey and help try to save your younger sister-in-law. But beyond that, I have to return this orb to where it rightfully belongs, with my people. Or rather, with me, the last of my people.
She kind of like nods a bit, and she's like, I am the last of my kind that I know. My clan was, it was a number of bad years. We lost one to a grizzly bear, lost another in a storm. We just kept getting picked off, so I can understand, and I don't have much of a people or a home. Until I really met Rimmel and another two, I understand wanting to recover pieces of your past. I wouldn't want to take that away from you. But I also can understand not wanting something of such power being in someone's hands. And she kind of shivers a little bit. I don't trust Solar. I would not give it to Solar.
That makes 2 of us. And you 2? What do you think?
Can I roll an insight check on Leon?
What are you trying to...
Just to know if what he's... I guess it's less of
Sense
like...
motive?
Yeah, it's sort of, motive. If he is actually just taking the orb for, like, historically, like, where to put it back where it belongs with his people, or if he's just completely bamboozling us all.
Okay, make an insight check.
Okay. Dice don't fail me
We've
now.
been backstabbed, and we have even been bamboozled.
That is a 14.
14? A lot of people have been lying to you today. They seemed to lie pretty easily before. They could be lying now. All of them could be lying now.
Oops, all lies.
And layer 2, it's like an onion.
Right.
Layer
Some
2.
Inception ass lies. 5D chess is what we're playing here.
Oh, no. I believe I have a solution to this whole fanfic.
Okay.
I'm listening, dear
I
professor.
was sent here, obviously, to ensure the return of the artifact to the museum. But, as I am a Kenku as well, I cannot, with the integrity of my being remaining, take away an artifact that once belonged to its rightful people. That has always been something that I have never been able to do, and I never will do. So perhaps what we can do is this. We can go back to the museum, and you can tell Mr. Merriweather what you've told us. Then we can set up some sort of arrangement or partnership between the Kenku and the museum, so that way you can help us learn, and you are able to share your story and continue to collect your history. Then what we do, because we got a fuck ton of other orbs, is we put one in the museum as a fake, which I'm totally fine with. We put one in the museum as a fake, we give it a fake placard, move on, no one's the wiser. Then we go and give another fake one to Zola, and before we go, we alert the authorities. We have them wait outside, and we wait for a cinematically appropriate moment to have them come in for him to get caught with his pants down, than the fact that he's a bad guy.
Okay, I'm following.
So, in this case, it is not taken back to the museum. It is historically destroyed, because we can say that this was a relic which we found destroyed. It is returned to its native peoples, to its original creators, and we are able to set right the history that has been revised. And it is destroyed in the public consciousness.
Leon leans back and rubs his beak, the underside of it, and then cracks a smile. Not a smile, but rather a grin, and starts chuckling.
This bird
starts chuckling, and then Professor, I would say that's a good plan, even a great plan. But there is one problem with that one.
Yes.
Who do you think disappeared my people in the first place? Why do you think they were disappeared in the first place? It's those same institutions, that museum, your king, all of it. It was the Merriweather Museum who was seeking the artifacts that we had. The entire reason my entire people were disappeared, wiped from history, the face of existence. So no, I will not be telling your dear mentor, or whatever he is to you, the truth behind my people, and I advise that you don't as well, lest you be disappeared as well. If you want to do right, you should no longer work for that institution. Because it's one that repeats this over and over throughout history. It's why I've had to run and steal and kill people that I might have otherwise respected. And if you have any care for morality, I suggest a career change. I suggest you join me. Yes, we'll go with your plan. We'll switch it out for the fake orb. We'll destroy another fake orb. We'll frame the man for his own actual crimes. That's kind of strange how that works. But the orb comes with me. The orb stays with me. And whatever remaining people, if I can find them out there, remain. Is this agreeable?
So you see the professor sort of take out his badge and kind of look at it, and he just kind of, you can almost see him processing like a lot of different emotions. The fact that he's tried so hard to fight against stuff like that, but realizing that he's just one little parrot that can't defeat that by himself. And you can see sort of his feathers around the back of his head get very ruffled and kind of floof up and down, up and down. You know, I tried for so long to fix issues like this. I thought that by me leaving the islands where I grew up, maybe it'd be a way to keep my people's memory alive, but now it's just a trade outpost. And the macaw have just faded away, become assimilated. There's not many of us left there. I thought maybe from the inside I could fix things. Make a new map to a better future.
But you can't. And that's okay. We're not gonna fix it from the inside, but we can fix it from the outside. Dismantle it, start anew, start something else. Man, this campaign really said AMAB, all museums are bastards. And,
I did take a lot of public history classes in college that definitely hit on the fact that there are ways to museums right, majority of them are bad.
Right. Will you join me then?
You see him like take off his turban and kind of like just put it on the table and put away his badge, and he goes, I'm down to burn some shit. Also, I thought of an even better addition to the plan.
Oh yeah?
We give a bunch of people fake orbs, and then we just say, hey Zola, you want to go out to lunch? And we come outside, and all the people have fake orbs. And then that's when the police show up.
Chaotic, sure. I kind of like this idea. Leave them to figure out the truth for themselves.
And then we'll drown Zola in an alleyway somewhere else.
Right. Well, Ray, are you with us in it?
I'm down. What about Mistress Radiance and Rika? You guys down to break down the establishment? I got 2 scimitars, loads of soil samples, and an itching, burning right to do some good.
Yeah, I mean, if all else, I would rather just learn. Everything that I've learned about these orbs has apparently been a lie. So, the truth is one thing that I would like to eventually learn. If I can be guaranteed that from either of you, then I will accept this.
It's my life's purpose. Sure, I have to lie a lot to get to the truth, but it's ultimately what I seek and ultimately what I'm bound to. And for one truth, my name's Ashanai, and I'm not a man. I really hate these disguises. It's nice to meet you, Ray. Actually, this time.
Ray holds out her hand. Nice to meet you as well.
And, Leanne, she takes it and shakes your hand. So, now that we've all decided to trust each other, and no longer lie to each other, I've narrowed down impossibility, magically speaking, locate object in my line of work as a hell of a spell that it has to be one of these 25 orbs right here.
One of these very special 25.
Jesus.
I will allow you all to make an investigation check in that area to see if you can find it.
Oh, right.
As you all start doing your search, Rika kind of like... She's just been listening and processing this all and letting you all work it out amongst yourselves at this point. And she's just kind of like, who stabbed Rimmel?
That is a good question, and one I figure we find out once we shake down our dear employer in the alleyway. I feel like that's the only way we're going to find out.
I'm down for waterboarding. I think that will be a great way to get the information out of it.
She kind of like takes a moment as she realizes what you kind of just said, and she's like, He lied to me.
Well, the man did wear terribly matched clothes with his skin tone. I
and
never
you did lie.
Fashioned him for a truther.
We worked together. He was our researcher. I was the researcher, but he was usually what gave us our tips. She's like, I'll help you if it means that we can find that little son of a bitch.
So what I'm hearing is
Rika, I'm here for this energy. I'm here for it.
We're gonna kill him.
We've become like Black Ops
vigilante archaeologists.
Black Ops communist archaeologists.
I would watch that show.
The art is for the people. The people need to see the artifacts.
Seize the means of history and truth.
Also, she will now go over and help search 13 investigation.
Okay. Right.
I got a 5.
Wait, what I'm going to do is I am going to take out the loot and I am going to my banded lyre, and I'm going to take a moment to play a very mournful tune, one of mourning and one in reprise of moving on. And Professor, you would know this, given that it's an Orin, but it's in a dialect you might not recognize, but you may recognize to be a dialect of Corvids. Of Corvid Orin specifically. And given that, so Rika, you have a bardic inspiration, and I'm going to do that twice, use up the last of it, to give Professor and Ray bardic inspiration. That's 1d8 to add to your roll.
Ooh,
Sweet.
I rolled an 8. So now it is 21.
Nice.
Nat 20 plus whatever my what was it? Investigation? I think
Yes.
that's plus 3.
All together, I would have a 15.
That bumps me to an 11.
All right. Fittingly enough, with your locate object spell up, you are the one to find the orb first, Leon. And how you know is as you are feeling, you're sort of touching the orbs. You're not like removing them. You don't really know what that's gonna do, but you're kind of just shuffling through them, and you touch one of them, and you just feel this almost sense of kind of like the pull that you feel whenever you were teleported. Just this familiar shock of magic that comes from that one, and you are pretty certain this is it.
Leon is going to breathlessly, almost reverently, cup their claws around the orb and breathlessly whisper, Axel, this is it. This is the one. And she removes it from the pedestal.
All right. You remove it, and you just see sort of like smoke just swirling around inside of it as you're moving it, kind of like a snow globe, like it was just...
I'm gonna shake it. No, I'm just kidding.
What's inside?
Okay.
Yeah, the smoke just moves with your movements, kind of.
Wow. This is it. Okay. Grab some fakes. We'll use those, and then
you don't have to tell me twice. You see
first
everybody
thing-
shovel a bunch of fakes into a stack.
The first thing we're going to do whenever we get out of here is we're going to shake down that rat bastard who tricked all of us. Maybe kill him, maybe not, depending on what you'd like to do, Rika. But either way, you'd be the one to do it. Go find your sister, and then topple the establishment. Sounds good?
I know someone in town who might be able to help us a little. As well.
Right.
Our researcher, the one who taught me.
Down with the bourgeois.
We'll do that. You guys ready?
Right. Yes.
She nods.
All right. How do you get out?
Pharaoh does a little screech.
We're gonna try the teleporter.
I still have the rocks in my bags.
Okay.
I ended up not eating them, so I still have at least one.
I only ate like one of them.
I said eat, actually.
Yeet.
Okay.
So we're all gonna
casually
stand
eats
on the
rock.
Yeah.
So
We're all
we
gonna
have a
stand
number
on the
one.
platform.
So do we
And-
vamp back on over there?
And we're gonna see if all the rocks on one and then the pickaxes and whatever, probably a bunch of orbs, honestly, on
Okay,
the
yeah.
other.
Topple a shelf
Just-
over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so how many fake orbs are you taking?
I got like a 30-pound sack.
Okay, so you're taking a few.
White.
Okay, so you get out of this room the same way you got into it. Putting the weight on both sides to activate the teleportation. There's only enough room for two of you at a time, but you're all four able to get back to that main chamber, and you walk out together and you head back up towards the body, which I believe we are carrying out of here.
Yeah.
Would it? I do have Misty Step. If it would be easier for me, would I be able to Misty Step through that hole, like to the other side, so we wouldn't have to like squeeze the body through?
That is.
Because I'm pretty sure you can. I feel like you can take one person with you,
I
but
think so.
Do they have to be
alive?
alive? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm unsure on that one.
Misty Step. Briefly surrounded by silvery mist, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. Range self. Unless it's different than what's in the player handbook. Then.
Let's see what the internet says.
Right, is it different for Druid? I don't.
No, this is just I looked it up in the player handbook.
Okay.
Oh.
It's literally just this tiny little, like, sliver of text at the bottom.
Nice.
Bottom text.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's just going to be yourself if you do Misty Step.
I mean, since he's dead, does he count as an object? Because I presume that she could walk through with her clothing and belongings.
That's true.
So whatever she could hold. She only needed to hold...
That poses the philosophical question. Is a corpse an object, and is archaeology grave robbing?
This got deep.
I'd say it is, because it's not a person anymore. Like, honestly, other different cultures who treat them in different ways. It's just...
Yeah, I mean, like...
just a
according
body.
to random forums that I'm looking at, they're saying that a dead body is an object, but
what's your ruling, DM?
Yeah, this is your world.
Let's go for it.
Cool.
Assuming you can hold on to him. So I'm gonna have you.
Do I need a strength check?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not using my fucking strawberry dice. Fuck that dice.
We also could use the wheelbarrow, I guess.
It will fit.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just to get the body through the gap, I'm assuming.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna try this pink dice.
Oh
no.
That's a 4.
Oh.
I'm so used to playing strong characters. And now I don't.
Oh, so you're having to carry this guy's body.
Yeah.
So I'll
You're such a good friend, Ray.
I'll say it will have to be a combination of two of you working together to maneuver his body under. That hole you dug was pretty deep, so you'll be able to get him through as long as you're working together. It'll take
fuck for our hole digging skills.
No kidding.
It'll take a few minutes.
I'll help wiggle him out.
Okay.
Yeah,
you're smaller.
Wiggle.
Okay, perfect. And then you guys are all up. Place the body into the wheelbarrow as you're heading back towards the entrance.
Oh, this poor guy.
How are we getting up?
Yep, you're asking yourself that question as you're approaching said entrance.
Okay. What we can do is...
This just got very Weekend at Bernie's.
One of us climbs up.
Ties it off, maybe? Something?
Pull.
I mean, remember, I can fly. So... I could, hypothetically, DM allowing, have him on a rope, and I could like float up very slowly and kind of
guide.
Yeah, guide and move.
I'd say yes. It would definitely take some time.
In the arms of an angel.
This is incredibly
morbid.
So morbid.
The arms of a kangaroo.
In the arms of the carrot.
This is awful. I
would say yes. It would take some time, but that would be the best manner to safely get
the body.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say as you guys are all climbing out of this hole, it is almost sunset now, and you sit in this trench. What is your first plan of action now that you are out?
Well, I think
this is just me, but I don't think we can bring a dead body into town.
Leon once again waves a hand down their body and disguises himself. Well, now given that the guard guy was a guy, disguises himself as this guard guy and says, well, if you need an escort through town, then I can give it to you. and then we'll go out into the woods, and then we'll put him to rest.
How far, like, how long is that to get from where we are to actually, like, outside of town into?
You can actually probably get to not deep into the woods, but you could get into the woods before heading into town if you go the opposite direction.
Can we find a portion of woods that overlooks the ocean?
Absolutely. You're very close to the docks. It would probably take you into nightfall to actually find this area, but I would say yes.
Fine.
What about the dungeon that she first shifted on? That the first dungeon they delved together. Would that be close-ish or pretty far away?
That would probably be pretty far away.
Just checking. I don't remember. I didn't know where things would go.
Well, we could make the journey after, you know.
Yeah, basically we can hop into like a little sort of epilogue scenes, kind of scene hopping.
Right.
So
yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah, you guys just narrate to me how this burial goes.
So Leon is going to escort them through the city. If anyone asks questions, you know, this man died before his time. Rika, I assume you're no longer a dinosaur at this point.
She does walk around the city like this sometimes, especially when with other people. But
okay, so this isn't an unusual sight.
At least the way I wrote it, DM seemed fine with it. The way I wrote my backstory, because
she would get some attention, but especially with a guard escorting.
Yeah, because I'm wearing obvious like man-made, person-made clothing and stuff. Like, Rika would briefly like kind of lead you guys off a little bit, or leave you and then go off a little bit to speak to someone else who also lives in the city, and she brings back like a small, kind of slim-looking older woman, who she introduces to you as Melinda, who's apparently the person she had mentioned before, a bookseller who had originally taught Rika how to read and had the bookshop where she had met Ramel, and she had explained the situation. Then continues on with you guys.
Right. Well, so we would go out into the city, out of the city and into the forest. And as we go into the forest, Ashna is going to shift back into her actual self and say, well, if you would like, we can bury him here, or we could cremate him to bring back to your sister, however you want to do this.
She just kind of shakes her head lightly. Return to the earth. It's what my teacher taught me.
Good.
The woods.
Well, given that we have the pickaxe and the shovel,
yeah, and she has claws and also both of those.
We get to dig in.
All right.
Yeah.
Is this pre-archaeology? We're making the graves instead of robbing them?
For later archaeology.
As we're burying him, and after we finish, the professor is going to sort of raise his staff and cast thaumaturgy, and just sort of, you all hear in this air like the sound of various dinosaurs sort of hooting and lowing and crying out. And he sort of like shakes his staff a couple times, and you hear thunder as well.
And Leon, after we're done digging, is going to play a very solemn but almost loving what is it called? Ode, one might say. And as it finishes, Rika, would you be the one to bury your husband?
Yeah, she would finish putting in the with her and stuff. And afterwards, she would kind of stand there and take out a small scrap of paper, of parchment she had. It's just a small snippet of something that's written. And she reads out it's not quite music, and it's not quite just a poem. She says it with a bit of rhythm. Just some very beautiful words from a ancient, like something she had found on one of their digs together that was like a very loving kind of ode, similarly. Afterwards, she just bows her head.
Here's a sample, by the way, on the YouTubes of what a bowed lyre sounds like, and particularly a funeral song on the lyre. But as you finish out with your poetry, and Leon actually changes the rhythm to match yours, and as the song and the poem finishes, he says, well, I'm sorry for your loss, and I'm glad we were able to put him to rest. And then she says, well, you ready to get the bastard who did this?
She kind of like takes a breath and goes,
okay.
He's gonna pay.
Let's go. And so we head back into the city.
Yes,
Is this agreed upon? Professor Ray, are y'all down for murder?
I mean, torture, yes. Murder, I'll let you decide. We might need to leave the city quickly because I may or may not set the museum on fire. But I don't know. It's a 50-50. I'm going to flip a coin, see how I feel after sort of
channels the spirit of Tim.
Quitting. So yeah, you guys go do you. I'm gonna go deal with this. And you see the professor very like with purpose. In the background you hear the JoJo's theme start as he starts marching towards you approaching me. Marching towards the museum, ready to Meadow.
No, yeah, you actually hear it on the boat lyre.
All of a sudden, the professor is just a very ripped anime man. He's just a very ripped anime man with the parrot head.
It's very funny. So we're going to go kill this guy. And
First off,
we'll question him first.
Professor.
Yes.
How do you leave this museum? Hard cut, you're heading towards the museum.
Yeah.
How are you walking away from it?
So I will say, I think you guys are all up on the hills. You might be heading down to see what's going on. You smell smoke. And you guys look, and you just see that one of the wings of the museum is on fire. And you see a very small figure. The professor has actually dragged Mr. Merriweather out of the museum and has like flung him down on the steps and has one of his scimitars at his throat. And you guys aren't there, but cinematically, the professor is just looking at Mr. Merriweather, and he like pulls out his badge and goes, "For so long, I thought I was doing good. And you were having me do so many terrible things." And he just like throws the badge down and then just slits Mr. Merriweather's throat on the steps of the
murder!
Wow.
Murder!
Yeah, he is kind of directly responsible for what happened.
And that I just freeze frame of just that moment in an anime when like shadowy eyes just like just, and you can just see like Era is processing so much of like what's happening. He like looks at his scimitar and is like, you can see like he wants to drop it, but then he like wipes it on Mr. Merriweather's robes and just sheathes it.
and walks away.
Wow, I'm losing my shit.
All right, the rest of you, I assume, are walking into Zoller McKeel's office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you step in. It is the middle of the night, but the door is unlocked, and you walk in and you see Zoller McKeel sitting at his desk. Seems to be kind of going through some notes. And as you walk in, narrate for me how this chapter ends.
Rika would stand right up to him and she is no longer, because normally she's a very quiet, shy kind of individual, laid back. So that's how he normally would interact with her. Right now, all her feathers are pluffed up, and her wing feathers are spread out a bit. She looks very large compared to what she normally does. And she just kind of she literally just jumps straight from the floor onto the table and glares at him like this. What did you do? So she have him question.
Make an intimidation check with advantage.
Oh, please.
Yeah, with the advantage is fair. I would also be afraid if a dinosaur was glaring at me.
Yeah, I'd be very scared.
Ooh. One of them is 21.
I think that
Other one is 11.
Okay, so you see Zoller immediately just straighten up in his chair, and he kind of tries to scoot back.
Leon's behind him.
Nice. Okay. Tries to scoot back, and you just stop his chair, and he just sits there staring at you, and he doesn't actually say anything, but by the look in his eyes that he knows that you know.
Uh-huh.
Exactly what he did.
She does this
what he did.
I don't know if any of you have ever had chickens or something.
Oh,
they make a very.
Yes. I know.
You go when they're trying to sit on something and they screech at you.
Yeah.
She does this at first this very low hissy sound that slowly turns into one of those loud, terrifying screeches. Only gets way worse because she is 5 feet tall.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Leon puts his hands on his shoulders on either side, dagger in hand, and leans in and says, "Good sir, who is this A character? You would do best to tell both of us."
Okay, so you see he looks a little nervous now, and he says, I don't know. He was working with him, not me. I just found out.
Who's he?
Ramel, he was working with this A character. I don't know who he is. I just found out he was gonna take the orb. Or was hired by him. I don't know. I didn't ask questions.
Do you know what he looks like?
Check on that.
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check. You asked if he knows what A looks like?
Yes.
No idea. The first he heard of A was on that paper.
I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20? He seems frightened, and if he doesn't tell the truth, he knows that you'll kill him. So, he seems to be being truthful.
And how do you think I may go about finding out who this A character is?
I don't know. You know as much as I do.
Well, that's a shame. Rika, what do you suppose we do with this man?
She's just her muscles are tensing a little bit once in a while because she's very focused, and most of the time she looks very civilized, very polished. Right now you can see the animal. It's not something you would normally see, and
he's kind of got his hands up, and he's like, Rika?
Oh, and before that, one last question. Why did you kill him?
His face kind of blinks for a second, and He doesn't take his eyes off of Rika because he's terrified right now.
Dinosaur.
Like, you're holding on to his shoulders, but he's looking cautiously at Rika, trying to still calm her if he can. While also answering, I don't like traitors.
All right, Rika. Do with him what you will.
Him. Wow. Because he might take it to someone else.
You can see his blood's starting to boil a little bit at this, and you see his hands kind of clench as he was holding them up, and then they kind of clench, and he's just very uncomfortable right now. And there's just a little part of, like, the corner of his eye that twitches just barely, and he says, I don't like traitors. We had a deal.
She hisses long. She's like, I may have looked like an elf to you, but you do not mess with anyone I care about. And I believe this is where she tears out his throat.
Oh, like with a claw or with like...
Yeah, claw or mouth.
Just mouth. There's everything.
Lunges down.
She is lost. What, like, pretty much the only thing she cared about in this world. She rips out his throat and tosses his body aside.
All right, just flings his head, or your head, his body flings over, lands on the ground, the throat kind of still in your mouth, you just drop it down, and then silence. Ray, were you doing anything were you just kind of...
I was mostly standing in the door in case he bolted.
Gotcha.
Leon is...
pants a little bit as the adrenaline's still high.
Ashina is going to circle around and kind of warily move towards Rika. Rika, you okay?
She kind of she is still really intense for a moment. Her gaze flips to you with a very still like the adrenaline and the bloodlust, but then like kind of fades away after a moment. She kind of shakes her head and her feathers slowly start unruffling.
It's Ashina. You good?
She just does a nod.
Good. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay.
I can't believe that's why.
Yeah, he was an asshole. You want to see if he's got gold? I'm sure he intended on paying us.
He kind of shrugs. Well, I suppose, and like an idea occurs to her, I suppose it could help with facilitating the sister's healing. And then she starts ruffling through things. Like, this bastard's gonna pay.
Yeah, you'll find some gold on his body, but you know where he actually kept the gold in the back as well. So you guys can walk out of here with a good chunk of gold.
Fuck, she will do that. She will rifle through every little known storage place she knows he has or suspects he might have.
All right, so here's my question: do you all leave town together?
I would say so.
We're all like brothers in crime now. Like,
committed several crimes.
I imagine everyone is at, like, I'll show up at Zoller's and you guys just see an entirely different professor. Like, you can see there's like blood splatter on his clothes. There's the smell of smoke.
It's the middle of the night and lightning is seen off in the distance. A low rumble of thunder.
The lightning flashes. You see the professor in the doorway. There is a shadow upon his usually cheery demeanor. It's changed. And not for the better.
Shani says, Professor, are you okay? What happened?
seeing the look in his eyes, Ricky just gives him like kind of a knowing nod and turns to pat her after.
Considering that I lit the museum on fire and I just murdered my boss, I'd say I'm gonna need a lot of alcohol to process this. So who feels like a trip to the tropics?
I think that's a perfect place to end.
That is a perfect idea.
That is, yes.
just on fire.
Who feels like a trip to the tropics? Just freeze frame.
Yep.
Freeze frame.
And credits.
Freeze frame. Super up, like